powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face.
It's not my brother.
Funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Back again, Charlie. If today is your first time on YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, like and share. I am in Kumasi. The last time I came here, I shared with you my amazing experience. I'm here for personal businesses, but I'm like, okay, let me come along with you. I came here with Rick. I'll introduce him to you later. And I'm currently at Kent Towers Hotel, and I want you to see how it looks like. You know how I always share where I live when I go to a new city. So today you're coming along with me. Let's go. Let's see how the place looks like, and let's see all my experiences here. Let's go, guys. So this is going to be my room. This is the washroom. Bedroom. As you can see, I've already settled in. I'm going to drop this back here. It's a very simple room. So this is going to be my room for tonight. Yeah. It feels good coming back to Kumasi. Kumasi, what's up? What's up? What's up? Yeah, I'm finally here in Kumasi. And I'm so happy this is like the third time here in Kumasi. And it always feels good. Kumasi is a vibe. Kumasi for Mamu too. Let me go and see Rick's room too. So he's just opposite me, which is... Can I come in? Oh, you're feeling so comfortable already. So this is Rick's room here. And it's very similar to mine. It also has a bathroom. Yeah. So this has been in fact, our second night here, and we are going for breakfast for the second time. And since I didn't take you along the first time, let's go have some breakfast. Are you excited? I know, right? Breakfast, it's like the most important meal of the day, and I'm super excited. So let's go. Let's see what they got. What I'm having for breakfast: tea, vegetables, and Rick, what are you having for breakfast?
I think it's the same.
You're having tea?
I don't know how to break this thing. Can somebody help me?
Use your head. So this is the best place to stand and have a beautiful view of Kumasi. And one thing I like about Kumasi is the fact that they allow vegetation to grow. Like everywhere is green. Like above me, it's a very beautiful greenery. I like some part of the city that's like full of houses. Yeah, it feels good. I like the environment here. It's calm and quiet and refreshing. Yeah. How's your experience been so far?
Okay, I don't know if you said it already, but I don't understand why there's like the tall trees in town.
Yeah,
this is like something you see in the forest.
Yeah, I was just saying that earlier on, because I think they allow them to grow. You know, in Accra, like most of the, like in the city, full of houses and industries and all that. So it's good to see that. I mean, you live somewhere around vegetation. So yeah, so far so good, and I think I would recommend this place so far with my experience. So guys, I'm fortunate to have met the manager of Kings Towers Hotel, and he's here with me. He's called Senna. Hi Senna.
Hi.
Yeah, so my viewers would also want to know a little bit about your place. How long has it been in existence?
We've been in operation for about 15 years.
15 years? I'm being honest, the place doesn't look like it's been this old. Yeah. And apart from the pool and the restaurant, are there any facilities that you think?
Okay, yes. It's a hotel,
Yeah.
and we also have a guest house facility attached to the hotel. The
Okay.
guest house facility is more an annex.
Okay.
And, that's actually where we used to host hallmark guests.
Medical center. Oh yeah, I met a friend yesterday, and then she mentioned, so I'm even going there today.
Oh,
so it's good you
lovely.
mentioned it.
Lovely.
I'm also going to see what's in the medical facility, because I hear it's just around, and everyone, most of the people that I've met here are like, oh, they also came for some consultation services. So okay. And so how many rooms do you have in all?
We have about 40 rooms over here.
40 rooms. Oh.
But then for the guests that come from hallmark, they usually prefer the guest house facility. Why? Because it kind of makes them feel more at home.
At home. Okay.
They interact with each other. It's more of a separate apartment altogether, where that hosts about 6 different people.
So is that facility also here?
It's not here. It's actually closer to
walking. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
About 2 to 3 minutes away.
That's good to know. And I like the fact that the hotel is surrounded by vegetation. So when I was standing at the top, I could see, like, you know, Accra, we are so used to seeing buildings, vegetation. You won't even see, like, you see, but unless you go outskirts of Accra. So it's good to see that at least the areas, the neighboring areas are like full of vegetation. Here is very airy. Thank you so much for having us.
Welcome.
Please, do you have anything to say to anyone watching this video?
Oh, Kingston's Hotel is located about 5 minutes from KNUST low cost gate. If you are in Kumasi, this is a lovely place to hide away from all the stress of town and the headaches that come along with staying in town. We are roughly about 5 minutes away from KNUST low cost gate. So and I'm sure you would love your stay here.
Yes, so even if you're coming to see your girlfriend or your wife in KNUST, you can come and hide there.
It will be a good hideaway. Rest assured, it will be a good hideaway for you. It will be a good hideaway.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Okay.
Good to meet you.
Good to meet you too. Because I've met you, I'm getting the room for free.
No worries.
Hey, it's happening. I'm getting the room for free.
Okay.
All right. Everyone can come sit here and enjoy some television. Yeah, and I think it's a good way to also connect with other clients here. Yeah. So guys, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I came here with Rick Aqua. Rick Aqua is also a YouTuber. Rick Aqua, what do you do on your YouTube channel?
Actually, on my main channel, it's a tech channel, but now I'm starting a new vlog channel, so hopefully this will be like my second or third video. But yeah, so I have a tech channel.
This is your first time coming to Kumasi. What would you say?
That's my first trip, and this was my first time coming to Kumasi. It was actually nice, even though we didn't actually get to explore the place like a lot. It was just work, but the only thing I didn't like about this place was the light outs. The lights were going off, but luckily where we were living, like, they always had a gen, so when it goes off, it comes back. But apart from that, the place was. That was a good guy. Yeah. He actually helped us out a lot. But apart from that, the place was cool. Their food was good. The weather.
The experience was good. Yeah. I think the place is an old place, but it doesn't look that old. Like the way the manager said, it's like 15 years. To me, it looked like 7 years, 8 years old.
Yeah.
Place, and I think it's an ideal place for you to come around whenever you're in Kumasi.
And the fact that it's so close to KNUST.
Like,
it's not so far from.
It's not so far. Yeah. I think I remember the Uber. It took us how much? How much did we pay? Like 15 cedis. 21 cedis. So that shows that it's, and even that was because we were coming in the evening and it was traffic here. So Yeah, until next time on my YouTube channel, do well to subscribe to his channel, both his tech channel, if you're a tech person, you know where to go, and his new channel that he just started. And so show him some love. I mean, he's handsome. Show him some handsome love. Until then, you're trying to do a...
Trying to vlog and trying to break out of our comfort zone. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, until then on my channel, we blow them kisses. So until then, on my YouTube channel, mwah.
Justice Jones Mawulom Doche, Justice of the Court of Ghana, representing the Chief Justice of the Republic, Justice of the Superior Court of Judicature, here in present. Special mention I make of my former teacher, Professor Ritamin Sabosu. His Excellency, the Ambassador of the Republic, Federal Republic of Germany, Honorable Ministers of State, and I see my brother Samuel, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ghana, Professor Na Abba Apia Ampofo, the Dean of the University of Ghana School of Law, Professor Raymond Akongburu Atuguba, the Director of Education, the Ghana School of Law, Mr. Kwesi Prempeh Ek, highly esteemed deans of law faculties in Ghana and abroad, distinguished members of law faculties in Ghana and abroad, representatives of international development partners, the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be here this morning and to speak on a truly remarkable theme chosen for this all-important program, the future of legal education in Africa. In the discussion on the future of legal education is crucial to the sustenance of our nation, as throughout history, law has been responsible for shaping the development path of our nation. From the days of colonial domination to the promulgation of the Constitution in 1992, law has been deployed to direct the socio-economic and political course of our land. Thus, the convention executed on 6 March 1844, simply referred to as the Bond of 1844, by which the relations between the people of Southern Ghana and the British were formalized, was a legal instrument. The infamous partition of Africa was undertaken by the execution of a legal instrument described as a General Act by 14 European imperialists who gathered in Berlin from 1884 to February 1885. Indeed, the independence of Ghana was written in law through the passage of the Ghana Independence Act, which received royal assent on 7 February 1957. Law continued to shape the policies and visions of successive governments, dreams and aspirations of the people since independence. Every new administration has been ushered in by law. Even military regimes that abrogate the Constitution have been quick to put in place sets of military decrees to legitimize their reigns, as well as to formally abrogate the old constitutions. The political architecture of the current Republic of Ghana is a creation of the law. Ghana is built on a legal instrument, the Constitution, approved by a national referendum in April 1992. Did I say that the importance of a profession is assessed by its contribution to progress and advancement? There is thus no doubt that law is a very powerful profession on which the safety, development, and prosperity of the nation rest. In this regard, it is irrefutable that the quality of a country's legal education determines the quality of the legal profession. The foundations of legal education were laid in 1958 with the establishment of the Ghana School of Law. Largely accommodated in the now literally exhausted and overstretched facilities in the heart of the business district of Accra, popularly known as Makola. The school, which commenced with a student population of 97, but now has well over 2,000 in all, produce virtually all of the nation's legal resources required for Ghana's socio-economic and political development. They include President of the Republic, Chief Justice and members of the Judiciary, Attorney General, Speakers of Parliament and parliamentarians, senior public servants, judges serving on international courts, Chief Justice and other justices of the Superior in other countries like Kenya, Botswana, Zimbabwe, the Gambia, Sierra Leone, and others. International civil servants, teachers in universities in Ghana and leading universities around the world. Evidently, the quality of products of Ghana's legal education since independence compares favorably with the very best around the world. Conversely, a contention that Ghana's legal education or law profession has served the nation poorly will clearly be mendacious or at best a gross exaggeration. In spite of this achievement, it is correct to say that the system of professional legal education is bedeviled with severe challenges arising out of the recent proliferation of law faculties and schools around running the Bachelor of Law program without a corresponding increase in facilities for the professional law course. A consequent lowering of standards for the admission of students, substandard performances, and what have you. Mr. President, we have come far in the delivery of legal education in Ghana since 1958. A very honest examination of the facts will disclose that the system itself has over the decades, in a bid to live up to the circumstances of changing times, undergone a lot of evolution and reform. It has not been static, as some may want the world to believe, even though I hasten to add that the reform and evolution influenced the system over the years has not been sufficient, for the simple reason that there has not been the necessary legislative backing. Indeed, up to the 2006-2007 academic year, only products of the University of Ghana were accepted into the Ghana School of Law. The Law Faculty of the University of Ghana was the only one accredited to conduct a Bachelor of Laws program leading to admission into the professional law course. In accordance with the entry requirements of the university, excellent performance at the General Certificate of Education, GCE advanced level, and a pass entrance examination were required. The entrance examination requirement was dispensed with at a point in time, but the requirement for exceptional academic performance at the GCE A level remained a sine qua non. Most of the students were fresh from secondary school, with only a small number above the age of 28 admitted as mature students. Consequent to admission, on the basis of their first year university examinations, some students offered law were eliminated from the law faculty, and they ended up pursuing other arts or social science courses in the humanities. As only 60 were eventually admitted to pursue a degree in law going to the second year. Of the 60, the first 40, in order of merit, were selected to pursue the Bachelor of Laws program, LLB. And I'm happy to say that at least I was one of them. While the remaining 20 pursued the Bachelor of Arts degree, BA Law. The competition for admission and the justify your inclusion, as we called it in our time, coupled with the general selection process for the coveted LLB program, was such as to assure quality and produce scholarship in the students pursuing the law program in Ghana. As recorded in an article entitled, and I quote, Reflections on Professional Legal Education in Ghana, an essay in honor of Yoel Darucha, written by George Sapon, past director of the Ghana School of Law. The situation compelled the late B.J. Darucha to regularly announce to his students at his first lecture in civil procedure every academic year, and I quote, that your knowledge of the substantive law is irrebutably presumed, end of quote. In terms, in B.J. Darucha's candid view, having gone through all these processes of refinement, a person by the time he got to law school had a strong control over his substantive law. It was not at the law school that B.J. Darucha was going to teach you any substantive law. Your knowledge of same was irrebutably presumed. It is pertinent to indicate that in order to reasonably cater for the interests of mature students, the Ghana School of Law also conducted a 2-year program for degree holders in these subjects. Successful candidates joined the students from Legon to pursue the professional law course. This program, the Qualifying Certificate of Law, QCL, was scrapped in the 2000s, with the proliferation of several law degree awarding institutions. The monopoly of the University of Ghana over the LLB program was broken in 2003 with the establishment of a law faculty by the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in August of the same year. Since then, there has been a rocket of law faculties around the country with the accreditation of about 14 more in the public and private sector, bringing the total number of law faculties offering LLB currently to 15. Mr. President, I contend that even though on the evidence of what I have said so far, the system of legal education has undergone its own evolution and reform, the slowness of legislative reform to give proper legal backing and regulate same has proven to be the Achilles heel of legal education in the past 10 years. So, whereas the LLB awarding faculties were accredited and regulated or supervised through the mechanisms in place to regulate academic faculties of the universities, the professional law course was by law operated and regulated by the General Legal Council. This disharmony necessarily implied an inconsistency and imbalance in standards for the two vital points of legal education in the country, i.e. the academic section, learning of the theory of the law, and the professional training institutions teaching the practical rules and procedures necessary for the practice of law. The absence of effective supervision over the LLB awarding faculties, unfortunately, contributed in large measure to the prevalence of unsatisfactory conditions, militating against not only a sound academic environment, but also the production of students who were ill-prepared for admission to the Ghana School of Law. The report of a committee set up by the General Legal Council to assess faculties in the law faculties 2019, the report of a committee set up by the General Legal Council to assess facilities at law faculties in 2019 revealed very unhealthy conditions, including limited to the probably low lecturer-student ratio, absence of or poor library facilities, the setting of low entry requirements, hugely overcrowded lecture halls, students combining professional careers with attendance and poor quality of teaching. The President, the net effect of this was a generally low pass rate of applicants for this law course. It was reported in order to meet students coming for admission to the School of Law. In a record 3 weeks, organized a whole course in environmental law for 80 graduating class. Predictably, all the students passed. Surely, such LLB graduates will not meet B.J. Daroche's irrebuttable presumption of knowledge in the substantive law. If we have to be brutally honest, and I dare say we must be so brutally honest at this conference, to examine the future of legal education, the huge numbers churned by the various law faculties in turn has been responsible for the unrelenting demands in the past 10 to 12 years for a liberalization of access to professional law course. In simple terms, the faculties had produced LLB graduates under conditions determined by them, and therefore they demanded admission to the Ghana School of Law for their students. I hold a fervent view that with the swell in the number of LLB holders, it has become imperative for us to rethink the delivery of legal education in Ghana. Indeed, the time has come for a proper scrutiny of the mechanisms for broadening access to legal education, whilst safeguarding the integrity and the quality of the profession. Any genuine attempt at the reform of professional legal education must first address the organization, scope, and content of the LLB programs in the various law faculties or law schools. Mr. President, the destiny of the nation is at stake. A lot of honesty, good faith, and dispassionate introspection is required for this conference to achieve what I term the twin objective of broadening access to legal education whilst preserving the integrity and quality of the profession. I place emphasis on good faith because in recent times, the discussions bordering on the theme chosen for this conference has been characterized by a lot of politicking and petty point scoring for parochial ends. I will share with you a practical example. To my utter surprise and consternation, I saw a document being spread around social media and the mass media as the Attorney General's Legal Profession Bill. With unrestrained haste, various persons of high standing in society, including professors and senior lawyers, rushed to the media to make all manner of comments, virtually casting aspersions at the integrity of the Office of the Attorney General for coming up with such a bill. This they did without sparing even a split second to verify the accuracy of the information. Even though in truth and in fact, I was just a telephone call away for most of the commentators who were engaged in the commentary I'm talking about. May I take this opportunity to disclose that I have not come up with any new legal profession bill. In point of fact, there has not been any legal profession bill drafted by the Office of the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, the Minister of Justice, this year. No approval has been sought by me from Cabinet for a legal profession bill to be sent to Parliament, and for that matter, no legal profession bill has been submitted to Parliament. Even the most basic step we undertake as part of a process for legislative drafting, i.e. stakeholder engagement, has not been performed for any legal profession bill to be laid in Parliament. In 2019, 2 bills affecting the legal profession One of them was the document being branded professional by me and laid in Parliament. The esprit of the life they proved, the bill lapse team could not be considered or passed by Parliament. On assuming office as Attorney General, I did not adopt the bill. By letter dated 2nd September 2021, I wrote to the sponsor of the legislation, the General Legal Council, presenting my comments on the bill. I asked for the chairman of the General Legal Council to present his responses to my comments on the bill. I further respectfully advised that, and I quote, in view of the fact that the bill will replace the Legal Profession Act 1960 Act 32, there is a need for a broad stakeholder engagement for the input of stakeholders to be incorporated into the bill, end of quote. I further requested in the last paragraph for background information to complete the necessary memorandum to the bill, end of quote. I merely attached a copy of the draft, which was exactly the same as has been laid in Parliament 2 years ago, to my letter, so that the General Legal Council will be guided and be in a better position to appreciate my comments on the bill and present their responses to same. In light of these facts, how can it be reasonably contended that the legal profession bill has been laid for the consideration of Parliament? It may be apt, respectfully, to reiterate an admonition I gave at the recent annual bar conference of the Ghana Bar Association, that the spread of false information poses a greater threat to cohesion in society, especially when it comes from senior lawyers. Mr. President, the nation deserves greater candor, objectivity, and more thoroughness at this all-important conference in the consideration of proposals for reform of legal education in Ghana than as has been demonstrated by some stakeholders in conversations on the subject matter in recent past. I'll proceed to make some observations on what I personally consider to be the best way to achieve the twin objective outlined above, and for the record, this does not represent a policy position by government. It is subject to discussions by all. The first observation I make is that the proposition that the existing law faculties or schools should undertake the professional law course may seem, with the greatest respect, a little rash. The proposition does not seem to take due cognizance of the fact that our system of legal education is modeled on the British system and distinguishes between the purely substantive academic aspects of the law and the practical components of legal education. Law faculties are designed and programmed to teach substantive law, whilst the Ghana School of Law sets out to focus on practical or professional legal education. The law faculties may thus appear to be ill-suited and or equipped to offer the professional law course. To add on the professional law course program presents a real risk of compounding the situation. Such a decision necessarily must result in a change in the policy direction of the institutions from purely academic institutions to the ones offering professional law course as well. Regard must be held to the additional infrastructure and acquisition of qualified personnel to teach a professional law course, which by their nature may not be the forte of merely a legal academic. In the spirit of maintaining a distinction between the academic teaching faculties of law and the requirement for professional training, I propose that the General Legal Council be given the power to license a number of law schools for the professional training of lawyers. These law schools will be required to undertake the professional law course in accordance with standards set by the General Legal Council. Upon the conclusion of the stipulated program, the students will be required to sit for a bar examination conducted by the General Legal Council. Towards this end, the mere possession of the LLB degree may not constitute automatic basis for entry to the Ghana School of Law, just as in other jurisdictions where they require at least a specific grade point for admission into the law school. Very importantly, the standards ought to be objective and public ought to see. The standards ought not to be static. They should be adjusted in response to the needs and circumstances of the time. So, President, the operations of a law school is a high trust and not a private enterprise with a bit of its faculty. And as with every future, it must be treated as a stewardship for which there is accountability. Accountability to the public, to the concept of the rule of law, and to the system of legal education must have the support of the Ghana Bar and the judiciary. I cannot conclude my address without a comment on the oft-lamented low pass rate of the Ghana School of Law in recent times. The phenomenon of low pass rate in professional legal training is not peculiar to the Republic of Ghana. Neither is it peculiar to a law profession. We cannot lose the fact that professions like medicine, accounting, and what have you have similar stories of very low pass rate over the years. At the law, only 97 students were admitted, and these had to be selected out of a total of 600 in the 20 mentions in Kenya. For instance, only 308 out of 1,572 students who are qualified for admission to the Kenya Bar. Final examination results released by the own law school. 9 out of 179 students who sat for the examinations passed. Owing to the overarching concern for the Charlotte Law School or Charlotte School of Law in the United States, fully accredited, was shut down for poor performance and compliance issues on the admission processes and practices, which were considered not to be sufficient guarantee of quality. I am aware that the pass mark for this year's qualified lawyers training scheme in the United Kingdom, which is akin to our post-core law program, was 62%. But I'm sure in Ghana, the pass mark is definitely only 50%. It is eminently clear from the instances cited above that qualification to the bar is a serious matter anywhere. It requires robust institutions and dedicated students. A poorly trained lawyer is a menace to society and life chances. Members of the community can only be as good as the education they receive. This occasion for a lot of sobriety, deep thinking, or going forward, maintain, if not improve, the reputation of Ghana for a sound system. Once again, I thank the University of Ghana for taking the bold step to offer this platform where we bring to the fore the challenges facing legal education in Africa and an attempt to address them. It is my expectation that over the course of these 4 days, we will take the bull by the horns, thoroughly thrash out the challenges facing legal education, the way for a better future in legal education. I hope from the conference will be processes of reform of legal education in Ghana. Could this as a set-time minister to ultimately develop a legal profession bill time for me in the case to GAM. God bless you. God bless Samuel.
Progressive views and pending insights culminating in calls for us to be honest, show good faith, dispassionate objectivity, and above all, thoroughness. We thank you ever so much, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Republic, the Honorable Godfrey Dame. I believe this is where the court can take a recess. But no. What is the bar without a bench? For which reason we're pleased this morning to receive the Acting Chief Justice of the Republic, speaking on behalf of His Lordship, the Chief Justice. Make welcome His Lordship, Justice Doche, Acting Chief Justice of the Republic.
Thank you, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, Right Honorable Joseph Osei-Owusu, First Deputy Speaker of Parliament, representing the Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Godfrey Dame, Attorney General and Minister for Justice, the landlady of this place, Professor Nana Abba Appiah-Amfo, Vice Chancellor of the University of Ghana, the media, ladies and gentlemen, I'll stand on all other existing protocols. Indeed, I just want to make a slight correction. My lease as Acting Chief Justice expired over the weekend. And I'm here representing the Chief Justice, who is unavoidably absent today because of a pressing personal commitment elsewhere. Thank you very much. The AG has actually dealt with a lot of the issues I'm supposed to face I will keep those. Paper will be submitted to Professor for discussion during the course of the. I'm, however, delighted to join you here today to speak that occupied my mind. I became Chief Justice almost in Canada of the Chief Justice. He also asked me to use this opportunity to welcome the deans and lecturers of law who have joined us in the entire world, both physically and virtually. Yes, I welcome me, and I hope you enjoy your stay here to the fullest. Ladies and gentlemen, it would be counterproductive of us to attempt to carve out a future for living in the past and present state of legal education in the continent. The history stated, so I'll just say that the Ghanaian story is as follows. As soon as Ghana gained independence in 1957, we set off to put in place measures for the training of lawyers in the country. This was occasioned by growing demand by Ghanaians for legal service. That led to the Legal Practitioners Act of 1958, and the rest, they say, is history. Now, since becoming chairperson of the General Legal Council, the CJ has stated that the country has faced a lot concerning legal education. And we have always maintained that a true resolution of the problems we face requires sober reflection, effective dialogue between and among all stakeholders, and long-sighted planning. That is why this conference deserves as much support as we can give it. Over the years, the General Legal Council has collaborated with the National
I would want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even in outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that GhanaWeb is where they get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana, and anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you. So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that you've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace, that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
No doubt that this year has been one of her best years yet. Our guest for today has one of the hottest bangers on our airwaves, both locally and internationally. I personally call her the Black Avenue Music poster girl. Let me not spill too much about her. Let's unravel our guest after this quick break. My name is Elsie Lamar, and you are watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back from that quick breather. You just joined in, you're watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV, and as usual, this show is proudly brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small size of pizza, fries, chicken, Coca-Cola at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from all Cheesy Pizza branches. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your pizza, your way. And our guest is here. You know her, you've seen her, you've heard her songs. Her songs are everywhere, and we have Sefa.
Hi, you know Grandma Papa, Cheesy Pizza. Hey, wow. You're doing amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
But I'm a local. I'm just a local LA girl. I guess you're an LA girl too.
Number 9 for life.
Actually, you speak it. You speak
yeah,
it.
Just a little. But I can speak it. What do you want to say?
F1.
Do you want us to insult the producers?
Oh.
No problem.
Speak in it.
Akwafa.
Okay.
Wacha.
Metro who?
Oh wow! I went to school in
Ho West.
Yeah.
Amejope.
Oh nice.
Yeah.
Nice. That's nice.
So you're welcome.
I'm fine, thank you. Oh, thank you again.
You look good.
Thank you.
I
You
like
look
the
amazing
new
too.
color.
Thank you.
Charlie, what's up? What have you been up to?
For now, I've just been moving around promoting my song as usual. Interviews here and there, shows here and there, and also I released a new song featuring Sarkodie, so I'm promoting that one too at the moment. So that's what I think I've been up to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ichok. Let's talk about Ichok. Ichok, were you expecting this huge success?
I mean, for every creative, when you put out something, you expect it to go far. So I was expecting it to go far, but I didn't know it would come at this short pace. Because I was like, okay, when we release this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, and maybe like in a year or like some few months to come. But Ichok picked up within the first month and it was doing amazing, still doing amazing. I'm getting videos from other countries that is not Ghana. So Ichok, I think, is God. God is moving it from level to level.
Aside from God, what do you think was the magic?
I think people, I honestly think, personally, I think people love my alter ego. That is the Sefa, Sugar Sefa, like the danceable song Sefa. They like the moving of the body Sefa. So I think that's what people are attracted to more when it comes to my brand and the type of music I do. So I think that was the little spark on top of it for me. And I think people were also excited to see me dance because they were like, oh, okay, now she's dancing. Oh, that's amazing. So yeah.
I think you are right when you said that, because when you release Sugar, I think it had the same, vibe and energy attached to it. People liked it a lot, but it didn't go as far as Ichok.
Yes.
What do you think you didn't do with the Sugar song?
I think with Ichok, because of the period in which the song came about, people could relate to it more. Sugar did amazing, especially when I go to the rural areas, the villages and stuff like that. They sing it. In other countries too, they sing it. But I think because Sugar didn't have any dance challenge with it, Ichok was around the period where everybody was on TikTok, everybody was dancing, and TikTok really moves your songs if you use a word, you understand? So I think that's how come people think Ichok moved faster than Sugar.
And then Ichok, I think there was this term, the Ichok is a term actually that people use, so I think it's relatable to it. Okay, moving from Ichok, people know you as Sefa, they know you as entertainer, they know you as that sweet girl who's always like storming our stages here and there, but they don't know much about you in terms of you growing up and all that. Can you tell us something brief about yourself?
So my mom is a Northerner and my dad is an Ewe. I come from a very sweet family. My family, we are very quiet. We just mind our businesses. So I'm sure you will not even hear about us that much. And I went to Ola Girls.
Oh,
yes,
I went to Malco Girls.
Oh wow! Hi sister. I went to Ola Girls, and then from there I went to Methodist University, and then to Accra Technical University, and it's been music from there onwards. Then my personal life is a little bit boring, so I mean I don't like to talk about it that much.
Oh, I see. So growing up from a typical Ewe home, I know my people.
Yes.
And trust me,
Yeah.
they're all about their books and
Go to school.
church.
Yeah.
Books, church. Was your childhood like that?
Luckily for me, my dad is a human rights activist. Like, so he believes in, follow your dreams, do what makes you happy and stuff like that. But, from the beginning, he was more of like, oh, you're good in school, why don't you go to school, become like a businesswoman or something, because I mean you're already getting the certificate and everything, why waste it and stuff like that. My mom was there since day one, supportive. When I even have to go and perform on the streets, she would be the one to help me sneak out and stuff like that. So my dad came around at a point where he felt like, is this what you really want to do? And I was like, yeah, that's what I really want to do. And I was like, okay, let's just go for it. So even my contract with Black Avenue Music, he signed it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, my dad signed it. So they've been supportive since the beginning.
Almost every singer talks about the fact that they've had to, at a point in time, sing in church.
Yeah.
Was your story any different, or you had
no,
the same story?
It wasn't. I just think that for me, it all began like when we were very young. My mom used to tell me, oh, you can sing, go and sing, go and sing, go and sing. So anytime the first time I did it, like people came to give me money. You know, the elders, when they see any young person, like they spend money on you and stuff like that. And I like that. I love that a lot. So I kept on doing it. But I think my mom saw the potential from way when I was young. She even made me realize that I had a voice to sing. I didn't even know that I had a voice to sing. So I think that's how it started for me. It started from church, right? From 7 years.
Okay. So let's talk about schooling. Did you at any point in time expect that a time will come that you would pursue music?
Not really. Not really. Even way back in SHS, I never used to sing. I was so scared of people hearing me sing, because I wasn't very sure of myself. Because you know, I like being left with myself. I love my private life, and I knew that being in the music industry is going to take all that away from me. But then, I mean, what God plans is what's going to happen. What God says is going to happen is what's going to happen. I never dreamed of being in the music scene, but now here we are. So
nice. Moving away from all of that, let's talk about live here at BAM, Black Avenue Music. How has it been for you so far?
It's been amazing. The learning process for me especially has been great, because I've learned a lot from Black Avenue Music. When I joined Black Avenue Music, I mean, all I knew was that I wanted to sing. I wanted to stand and sing. But now I'm getting to know more about the entertainment industry. I'm getting to learn more about the business, entertainment or music as a business and not just as a hobby. So Black Avenue Music has really taught me a lot.
So are you the only one on the record label?
Now it's just me and then my boss, D Black. We are the only artists on the record label now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But before you joined, there were other artists.
Yeah, I was there, and then Sam came to join me. So I've always been there. Yeah.
Would you agree that you are the Black Avenue Music poster girl?
Oh, really? Oh, really? Thank you. Thank you for telling me.
But would you agree to that, though?
Yeah. Well, if you say so.
Oh, yeah, your boss's favorite.
I don't think I'm my boss's favorite. I just think I put in a lot of work. So, and my boss is somebody, he's very business minded. And when he sees somebody who is very hardworking and who has the talent, he tends to push you with everything that he has. So it's more of like he has seen a great investment and he's just trying to push the investment. But it has nothing to do with favoritism or anything like that. Yeah.
Okay. More like your daddy's girl.
I mean, I'm everybody's girl. I'm everybody's girl. Even your cameraman, I'm his girl. Everybody sees me and calls me baby girl, and I like that. I prefer that to any other title. So yeah.
Were you expecting the car gift, or it came as a surprise?
I wasn't. It was a surprise. It was a surprise, actually. It was.
So how did you feel?
I was like, oh wow, that's nice. You know, I don't know how to behave when I'm surprised. So it's like, because I'm not really an emotional person and I don't like to show a lot of emotion. So when I said, I was like, okay, right now, should I cry? Should I be happy? Should I roll or something? But it was a surprise and I loved every bit of it, because I had my family there. I had my people that I work with that are now family to me, and it was a great moment for me.
Describe your boss in one word.
Business minded.
Okay.
Business minded. That's actually 2 words, right? So business. Business. Yeah.
But what would ever make you part ways with BAM?
When it comes to parting ways with Black Avenue Music, it might be if I'm done with my contract, or if the label and I come to an agreement that okay, a better offer has come, and then you have to move on to the another side. Because with me, I feel like Black Avenue Music is more like a family to me now. It's not about just the business. It's more, I have people that are way invested in me than even people that are closer to me. Do you understand? So it's more of like a business for me. A family for me now. So just parting ways. I won't just stand up and say, okay, I'm leaving. It has to be okay. She's done with her contract or she's moving to a better deal. Yeah.
Okay. Moving away from that, you have been in this industry for a while. How long have you?
5 years.
5 years. Okay. You must have been through a lot. You've experienced a lot. You've grown through all these years. I'd like to find out, have you had any down moments at any point in time? If yes, how did you get out of it? What happened? So other people watching you could pick a cue from your story.
All the time. When you are very passionate about something, like, you tend to worry about it a lot, because you know a lot of people who watch from the outside will not understand what you are going through, because you are the one passionate about it. Do you get it? And I have a problem with people thinking that, okay, once you're in front of the media, or once people get to know you, you don't have the right to feel some sort of emotions, because you know, I can wake up one time and I'm not in the mood for anything. I feel like very down, and I'm allowed to feel that because I'm human. But then I have to come out and smile with people. I have to come out and act like everything is okay. Oh, I'm happy, everything is fine. I think that is one of the most challenging things that people don't talk about, especially those in the limelight, because we all have feelings like you guys. We go through things. We wake up one day and it's like, nah, I don't feel motivated to even do this. Do you understand? And then on top of it all, you come online and you see people insulting you for something so small, something so little. It's like, why am I even here? But you know, when the same passion that drives you nuts is the same passion that will keep you going, because you keep working for it, and you know one day people are going to believe in what you also believe in. So yeah, just keep on believing. That is the only thing. And keep on praying to God to console you, because nobody is going to believe when you tell them you are going through stuff. So you just have to just be happy about it.
Speaking of that, what's like the worst thing you've ever heard about yourself that you had to double think whether it was me they were referring to or it's someone else actually?
Oh, there was this time I went on Twitter and I saw that somebody was like, oh, D Black is wasting his money on Sefa because he's investing so much and we are not even seeing anything. When I saw that, I was very hurt. I was so hurt, and I didn't reply the person too, but I feel like people don't know, as I said earlier, people don't know what you go through behind the scenes. They don't know the late nights. They don't know how hard it is when you sit down in the studio and you're cracking your brain, or how to even get prepared to go out and say hello to those same people that are bashing you. Do you get it? People don't know what happens behind the scenes. So the fact that somebody hasn't blown up to your expectation doesn't mean that the person is not trying enough. Probably it's just not my time. You know, before Ichok, people knew me, oh, Sugar Sefa, or Dayewu Sefa, and things like that. But now, when it's your time, right, people will naturally warm up to you. It's going to come. You don't even have to force it. So I think people were not seeing it before because it wasn't my time. And when it's not your time, there's nothing you can do about it. And it's not about somebody wasting their money on you, or somebody not making you big enough or rich where you want to be or something like that. I just feel like people just need to have a little bit of patience when it comes to things like this and the kind of things that they say. I'm somebody, I don't care and I don't mind if somebody says, oh, you're ugly, or this dress you're wearing is, because that one, they're just mediocre stuff. You can do whatever you want to do. You can say whatever you want to say about my looks and everything. But when it comes to my passion and my hard work, I get very emotional because I feel like people don't understand it. And the worst part is that when you try to talk about, they're like, oh, emotional artist. That one just kills me the most.
Okay, I'm sure starting you were underground for a while before you came you shot to the light. I'm sure you've had people walk up to you and say at a point in time that, why are you wasting your time doing music, because you've spent quite a while and then we've not seen anything. Did you get any of such messages, and how did you handle it?
Surprisingly for me, I never got such messages. Most of the times I got, oh, don't worry, we'll be fine, or don't you think you want to try, like, do something else and attached to the music or something. But nobody has ever told me, oh, you have to up and go, because first of all, I won't give you the opportunity to say that. Because I mean, people around you, the people around you should motivate you to follow your passion more, because that's how that's the only place that you feel safe to be yourself. So I never really got such comments like that.
Okay, so let's go back to the Ichok song. There were rumors that this people actually thought the song was for Drew. How did you feel about that?
Well, we are both artists. Drew contributed to the song. I also contributed to the song. I'm somebody, I don't get fazed by rumors or what people say. I know the song is mine. If people say it's for Drew, that's fine. As long as it's still going, it's moving, I don't mind. Because when you go on Apple Music, it's my name that is there. But if you think it's for Drew, it's still fine. He's an amazing artist. He's on the song, so it's partly his. So I don't really mind.
Okay, and people started to tag you with him saying you guys have a thing going on. Would you like to clarify that?
Oh, Drew and I have a vibe. We have a vibe. Like right now that I'm sitting here, if you walk in right now, the kind of noise that will go on here, it's like chaos. He and I, our vibe is something that I love a lot. I always say I love it because he gets me into that hyper mood, and I like that a lot about him.
So it's just like on a friendship level.
Yeah, we just have a vibe.
Bestie.
He's not really my bestie, but we have a vibe. We are really we are pretty close, and anytime we meet, because of the sort of vibe I have with him, you might think something is going on, but we are super cool.
Let's talk about fashion. I've seen you feature in Salma Moment's new Leo by Salma. Yeah, and I've gone through your pictures on social media. I've seen you're quiet. You have a great fashion sense.
Thank you very much.
So have you ever considered modeling?
Not really. No, not really.
Why?
I've not. I mean, from the beginning, right? People used to say, "Oh, you have long legs. You should try modeling." So I love taking pictures when I want to, but I feel like once I tag myself with that model thing, then it becomes like work, and I can't just wake up one day and say, no, today I don't feel like taking pictures, because you're a model. That's what you do for a living. So I like to take pictures at my own free time when I feel like it. Do you understand? So I've never really considered modeling, but if the kwacha is good and everything, I might add it to something. Yeah.
Speaking of the kwacha, are you good now? You feel like now you're okay, comfortable in terms of money? Are you making money?
I feel like now I make more than grass, which I'm very grateful to God for. I make more than grass now, and I'm very ambitious, so I'm always wanting more. I'm Oliver Twist. I want more. So if you ask me now that I feel like I'm okay, no, I'm not. I'm not content with what I have now. I want more, so I'm working for more. As compared
to before?
Yes.
But as compared to before, you are okay?
As compared to before, I'm making more than grass. I'm happy about it.
We thank God for that.
This love is choke, no we joke, it choke, cause this love is choke, no we joke, it choke.
It's say I did it. Oh, wow.
Boys see dede, girls so yen chile, mupe dede, yes so yen chile. Boys see dede, yes so yen chile. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was the far right then. It's time to munch on our pizza, and yes, I have to be careful with this. Ooh, okay. So there we go. Safa, we have pizza here.
Thank you for giving me pizza.
This from Cheesy Pizza. It's actually assorted meats, and let me help you with one.
Thank you.
There you go.
Oh, this looks very good.
Yeah, it tastes better actually. Hey, my pizza na seeing you.
Pizza na peme nkwa.
Okay.
Now this is very it's very good, guys. Very good.
So let's cheers.
Oh, cheers. They didn't tell me I was time to enjoy.
Oh yeah.
Next time you should tell me early. Wow.
Okay, so let's go on.
lately we've had a number of unfortunate incidents happening in the entertainment industry, back to back to back to back. I'm sure you have been picking a cue from it. What lessons have you drawn personally from your perspective? What have you learned?
I've just picked that I need to work harder on myself as an individual and also work hard on my music. And I mean, like, with people like the people you mentioned, I think they are very strong people, and to the extent that they've worked so hard that they even have people defending them without them talking. That is something that I'm always aiming for, where people love you to the extent that they are ready to stick by you and stay by you. So it's just up to me to work harder to be able to achieve that.
But when you heard about it, what was your take? What really struck you in all of that?
About the arrest, and
yeah.
I felt bad because anybody that I know that's even going to jail, I feel bad for the person. And I just felt bad that they had to be in prison for that long for something like a simple mistake, something that probably they couldn't really, like, you don't have a control of some things. Do you understand? I just feel like there are lessons everybody can learn. We are all human beings. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has a breaking point. And as I said earlier from the beginning of the interview, that as a human being, people always forget the fact that you are in the limelight does not mean that you are not a human being. You behave like any rational human being. So let's just forgive them. Let's move on. These are great imports and exports out of the country. These are people that send our music to other parts of the world. So let's just forget about it. Let's move on. Let's just think, okay, they are also human beings like us. They're allowed to make mistakes. So yeah.
Prophecies. Do you think Ghanaian pastors are doing the right thing with regards to prophecies? Do you think?
We never hear about, oh, Safa, I dreamt that you had $1 million and it's coming. I dreamt that you have this big show. I heard that. I dreamt that you have this. It always has to do with negativity, and so it just brings your mind to the fact that, are they saying this because they want to just trend, or are they saying this because they want you to feel bad or something? So I just feel like our attention has been drawn from a lot of important things, and it has been given to mediocre things. Because if we were not giving them the attention in the first place, why will a pastor see something and come on air and come and talk about it? It's a private issue. What happened to calling the management of the people? What happened to going to the person's house? Oh, this and this is what I have heard. Why do you have to come on national TV and put my dirty clothes or linens outside? Nobody has to know about it. Just like the same way, if you dreamt that I had a lot of money, you won't come and tell me. So I just think we just have to immediately we stop giving them that sort of attention. They'll just realize that this is not something they can make money off of, because this is money for them. Because immediately they say, then it's like, oh, this pastor dreamt about Shatawale, so I'm going to his church. This pastor dreamt about Sefa, so I'm going to his church. It doesn't make sense. You don't serve God like that.
Okay, so after I don't want to go here, but I guess I have to. So you were criticized. I don't know whether you saw it on social media after you appeared on the Delay Show.
Yes, I was.
How did you feel about that, and did you have any regrets?
No, I never had any regrets on going to the Delay Show. And for if anything, I'm grateful for Delay. Sorry, I'm grateful to Delay for giving me the opportunity to talk about myself and my life on her show, because it was all about me for like that 30 seconds or 30 minutes and stuff like that. And about people criticizing me, I didn't really see too much of the criticism as compared to the positive vibes. I draw more positive energy as compared to the negative one. So I didn't really see that. What were they even saying? What were they saying?
About the whole body shaming thing.
Oh, okay. Oh, I get it. Oh, well, too bad for you.
Okay, so you've had to perform on big stages in London, and you were at the party in the park.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so can you tell us how your experience was?
It was amazing. It was amazing. The energy there was crazy, because even before I came on stage, you were already mentioning my name, singing my songs and stuff like that. So it just gave me that sort of feeling to do more for them, because of the kind of energy I was getting from them. And I also got the opportunity to meet other artists in the UK that I connected with and hopefully to do music with. And also I got to do my media tour, which was amazing, and I saw a lot of nice people that say, oh, I love you, I love your music, and people were singing my song back to me. That experience is something I'll keep with me forever.
So you featured, I saw your skits with Nasty Black.
Yeah.
Will you ever at a point consider acting?
I've not thought about it. You know, that's the funny thing about me. When it comes to me, right? Apart from music that I'm very passionate about, every other thing is secondary to me. So if I wake up and I feel like today maybe I want to take pictures, I'll take pictures. If I wake up and I'm like maybe today I want to act, I'll act. But music is the only thing I can't wake up one day and say today I want to do music, or I don't want to do music.
Because that's your 9 to 5.
Exactly. But when it comes to acting, I've never really thought about going into acting, even though have had a lot of offers. People, oh, I want you to do this for me, I want you to do this acting for me. I just feel like it's not something that my heart is pinned on at the moment. So yeah.
Okay, so what's the way forward? What projects are you currently working on?
So I just released my song I did with Sarkodie and one of the biggest artists in SA, DJ Tira, which is doing amazing. Also this December, I'm very sure wherever you're going you might see me performing there, so please come, let's jam. And also make sure to stream the songs. A lot of amazing things coming up. I love like to keep quiet on things till they come out, then it's like, oh, it's really happening. So let's just keep our fingers crossed and hope for the best.
But what was the experience like working with a big act like Sarkodie on that song?
It's amazing. It's amazing, and just the vibe, like I never really thought like he was that friendly to when the UK together, and then it's like it's an amazing feeling. You know, it's somebody that when you see him you have a lot to learn, and then also like he's teaching you the ways, because he introduced us to other industry players that he was working with. He took us for dinner, bought us shoes and stuff like that.
Oh really?
I mean, Sarkodie is an amazing person, and just him putting a verse on my song is something I've always dreamed about, and I wish every young artist coming up could experience that, because it just opens up your mind. And what he's doing, he might not know it, but in the future when somebody else comes up to me, it will be like, oh, somebody did it for me, so I also have to do it for somebody else. And I think he's an amazing artist.
Okay, so aside music, do you have any other passion?
Oh yeah, I love to watch cartoons.
If
you ask me any episode of SpongeBob, I can tell you.
Wow.
Yes, I love. So my passion is just watching cartoons. I love it a lot.
Really?
And also I think I love to be creative. I'm more, my mind is like a creative space. So when it comes to styling, when it comes to video direction, when it comes to putting things together, most of my videos I put them together, from the styling, makeup, everything. So
okay.
My mind is like a creative space. I think more of like creativity for me.
Nice. So finally we are almost here. Give your last words and then we bounce.
So anywhere I go, any station I go to, I always say that I don't have fans, I have family, because you guys have been so amazing to me. Thank you to GhanaWeb for always promoting my music. I have a new one featuring King Sarkodie and DJ Tira titled Fever. It's an amapiano song. You're gonna love it. Please go download it, stream it, share with your friends, and let's vibe.
Put out where they can stream your music and your social media handles.
So my music is on all musical platforms. Any app you use to listen to music, just type Sefa and all my tracks are gonna pop up. Ichoke, Sugar, Odoyewu, Fever, everything is gonna pop up. And also my social media handles on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram is Sefa_GH, S3FA_GH.
That was Sefa right there, giving us all the vibes and getting all personal with us. And don't forget, this show, as usual, is brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want, from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, chicken, Coca-Cola at all their branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to order your weekend special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy pizza, your way. And of course, they've asked me to give this coupon to Safa.
Your pizza, your way.
Yeah. So you go to any branches written on it, and then you can get for yourself a pizza. So
my siblings are going to be so happy.
Oh yeah. Finally, we have come to the end of this show. I hope you liked it, and thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me. To your grandma on point.
Hey. So we come your way another time. Till then, stay out of trouble, and we are out.
I, and the body I represent, the Alliance for Christian Advocacy Africa, want to wish GhanaWeb, the management team, very well. They came at the right time, and they have served a purpose. When my story appeared on GhanaWeb, I found that other media houses that have not interviewed me, that have not called me, they still have the story on their website, media platforms, and I know that even if they don't acknowledge, I know they pick it from GhanaWeb. So they have served the media needs, or they've made significant contribution to media needs in Ghana. We wish them a very good future, but we pray that they will also need be find a way of reducing the hurt that people are going through, because it seems to me people who receive some kind of abusive feel hurt, but they may still want to go to GhanaWeb because of its uniqueness. We wish them a very fruitful years in the coming years and days ahead of us.
We've got a question for you this week. What if God does not change a condition? Well, that's a question that was asked of our guest for this week's edition of The Untold when she went to her pastor to speak about her child who has Down syndrome. And we're here to speak with Agnes Teiko Nyemite. Her story is right here behind these gates, and we are glad that you can join us this week. My name is Echi Atizu. Come along. Hello, Auntie Agi.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I hope you're well.
Yes, I'm well.
Wonderful. It's good to be in your home this morning.
Well, welcome.
Ah, Toda! How are you? Wonderful. Today I'm in your house. Today I'm in your house. Are you off to school?
I'm here.
You don't go to school this morning?
I'll go.
What? Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Auntie Agi. The third of 6 children born to her parents, Agnes Teiko Nyemite starts her story by sharing her fears about not getting an education.
I was born in Tema, but I grew up with my auntie at Koforidua, where I had all my education to the secondary school. I started school at 8 years. It's interesting. Thinking back, I thought I couldn't have education, but thanks be to God, at 8 I started school, but I went through to the secondary school through a common entrance examination. I came back to live with my parents in Tema, where I went to the Social Advance Institute to pursue a course in secretariatship because my late mom wanted me to be a secretary. Thanks to Auntie Phyllis, late Auntie Phyllis. My mom will watch her, see her dress up for work, and she appealed to my mother so much, so my mother wanted me to be like her. So she asked Auntie Phyllis what she does at PZ Cousins, and then she said she's a secretary. So my mother told me, I want you to be a secretary like Auntie Phyllis. So throughout my secondary school, I wanted to be a secretary because my mother wanted me to. So after secondary school, she made sure I pursued her dreams for me to be a secretary. So I went to the Social Advance Institute and I passed out as a secretary. I've been working as a secretary till date, thanks to my mother, who had a vision for me I didn't have myself.
Getting married at the age of 29, she remembers how she was under pressure to give birth while still single because many thought she was getting old.
I got married rather late. I was 29. I remember when I gave birth to my son, my mother was so happy, and then she expressed that people were not going to worry her again. Mini be obi on my for, no be obi for, as we say in our local language. And my mother was so happy that finally at 29 years, I had a son. My mother said that she always tells them that my daughter is not married. Why are you expecting her to have a child? Because in the neighborhood where we live, they give birth like that. So they thought I should do same. But thanks to God, I gave birth to Kobe, my son, when I was 29.
While still married, she unfortunately had to play a single mother role after her husband went away forever without notice. Her mother's last words would also come to make sense to her after a few years.
My husband then traveled out to the US when Kobe was 2.5 years and did not return. To date, he has not returned from the US. So I had to single-handedly take care of my son. So date, he's 28 years now. So I waited for him. He wasn't coming. I remember the last words of my mother to me. It was a Wednesday, and then she said to me, Teko, you have to get divorced from your husband because he will do you no good. I did not understand my mother then. And my mother had gone to tell my Auntie Rose, that she should make sure that she gets a divorce from my husband for me because she thinks that this man was wasting my time. And lo and behold, my mother got sick that Wednesday evening, and then she died on a Friday. A little bit emotional, I'm sorry. And that was the last words of my mother. She wanted me to get a divorce from my husband because he was not going to do me any good. So I did.
Toda. Well, that's the name of a second child, and that name means praise. Here is how Toda's father and the circumstances under which she was born all come in.
I met Toda's father. We talked about marriage, and then we got married. He also came from the US. So we got married. And so this man would not let me have peace and wanted me to give him a child. So I prayed. I resorted to prayer. I prayed. And then I had been to the Winners Church, their Bible school. So it was every December they go to Nigeria. Shiloh. They call it Shiloh in Nigeria, the Winners Church, and David Oyadipo's church, Bishop. So after the Bible school with them, I traveled with them to Nigeria. And the purpose of that trip was to pray to God to give me a child. Because my husband was not giving me any peace. He wanted me to give him a child. So I traveled with the Winners Church to Nigeria to pray to God for a child. I remember one time when I was in Nigeria, he spoke to me on phone. And then he started it again. When are you going to give me a child? Blah, 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 blah. There was a woman standing by me and there was tears in my eyes. And the woman said, "It's your husband, eh? What does he want?" And the woman is from Trinidad. She has also traveled from Trinidad to Nigeria for the program. I wondered how she got to know, how she knew that it was my husband who was talking to me. I said, "Don't mind him. You just focus on why you came here and pray. Don't mind him." So I took her advice and then I focused on my prayer. I prayed. They asked us to write a prayer request in a bowl. Bishop David himself and all the bishops there pray on it for us. Every request we put in that bowl, and then I came back. A few months after I came back, he also came from the US. And then I got pregnant. I was so happy. I'm pregnant. God has answered my prayer. And when I got pregnant, he had to go back, so he went back.
A doctor delivered the news to Toda's mother that she would immediately reject because all she saw in her daughter was a beautiful girl.
It was a difficult pregnancy because my son was 18 years then. It is a long while, and so it was difficult. The doctors has also told me that there were fibroids in my womb which are fighting with space with my baby. So anytime my baby wants to turn, it's so difficult because the space for her to turn is not enough. So that wasn't turning when it was full term. So the doctors had asked me to come for a cesarean because her head was still up. So the time was due for me to go, and then I went through a cesarean session and I had her. The gynecologist who performed the operation on me came in the morning. It was at dawn when the operation was done. So in the morning when he came, he took a close look at her, and then he told me that my daughter looks like a child with Down syndrome. I asked him how, because I did not see anything. I saw a beautiful girl. What? Your hand. I saw a beautiful girl, but he told me that there's so much flesh at the back of her neck, and that is his suspicion that she has Down syndrome. So she was going to ask the pediatrician to come take a closer look at her and examine her to confirm his suspicion. So the following day, the pediatrician came, took a test on her, thorough test on her, and she confirmed that my daughter really has Down syndrome. So then, what is Down syndrome? I asked every nurse who came around that, I asked, what is Down syndrome? And then they tried to explain to me that it is the triplication of the 21st chromosome. What is triplication of 21st chromosome? So in the layman's language, it was explained to me that genes inherited from your mother and from your father, it should sum up to 46. 23 from your mother, 23 from your father. But in the case of the Down syndrome, the 21st chromosome, instead of it doubling, triples. So when it triples, it gives it brings up the Down syndrome, which also brings the physical, the cognitive features that you have with children with Down syndrome. with all that my daughter has.
Still in denial, Agnes resorted to prayer, trusting God to remedy what at that point in her life was not the kind of miracle she had expected from the very God she was praying to again.
So then, for me, I cannot have a child with Down syndrome. Not after I have gone to Shiloh, and for the 1 week you have to fast. I fasted. I prayed. And at 47, with no fertility treatment, I give birth to a beautiful girl. And you tell me that my daughter has Down syndrome. No. I will have to pray to that God who gave me the child to change her condition. So for me, it was prayer. I refused it. No, my daughter cannot have Down syndrome. So till I had this child, was discharged from the hospital, I came home. Anybody, you see, children with Down syndrome, when you take a very close look at them, they don't look like typical children. So anybody who comes and says something, I remember a friend of mine came to visit, and then she said that, Tagi, your daughter is not turning her eye when I turn. There should be something wrong with your daughter. I didn't say anything. I was very mad in my mind. I just gave her some insult in my mind. I didn't say anything. You cannot come and tell me that this, that. I did not listen to anybody. All I was doing is prayer.
Her faith was tested with a question: what if God does not change her?
A reverend minister in my church, Reverend Dorabote, came, Reverend Dr. Dorabote came visiting, and then she also noticed that my daughter looked like somebody with, she doesn't look like a typical child. So I told her that yes, the doctors had told me that she has Down syndrome, but for me, I'm praying to God to change her condition. Then she asked me, what will I do if God does not change her condition? Because this God can change her, and he can also decide not to. So what will I do if God says that, no, this is the child I'm giving you? It dawned on me that, yes, her condition can be changed and it cannot be changed too, so what do I do? It is then that I resorted to reading about Down syndrome and then finding out what to do to help myself and then also help my baby.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
A little too late for her, Agnes came to the realization that this was truly her gift from God, and she owed that child all the love and attention necessary.
Actually, I had lived in denial for close to 2 years. And I wasn't doing what I'm supposed to do for her to grow up well. Because children with Down syndrome come out with a lot of health issues. About 80% of them come with cardio problems. They come with ear condition and then eyes. So you have to critically take them to the hospital for them to be examined to see what is the medical challenge they came out with, so that you address it early, because addressing it early is key to their growth. But I had lived in denial and had refused to do all these things for close to 2 years. It was only when I came to acceptance that this is the child that I have that I decided to go through all these tests and see what is wrong with her and what I can do to help her. Having told her has not been easy. Having a child with Down syndrome is not an easy thing. You have a typical child who, by 6 weeks when you have to show yourself to the doctor, has grown well, is able to hold the neck, is able to stand on you and jump, but not a child with Down syndrome. The neck will still be at the back of her head after 6 weeks when you go to see the doctor. She will hold her neck after about 3 months. And then you see her body is floppy. They have a floppy body. They are so soft and they are prone to a lot of infections. I remember after about 2 weeks when I had to go and see the doctor, my auntie who came to take care of me has noticed that Tida has a temperature. She did not tell me because then I also had this terrible headache, which I understood is from the side effects of the anesthesia. It was so severe that I couldn't even take her to feed her because I cannot bend my head. The headache was so severe. So she was on formula. So my auntie, when we went to the hospital, has told me that we should take Toda to see the doctor first. I asked her why. I have come to dress my wound and see the doctor. Then she told me that she has a temperature. And then when she took her to the nurse took her temperature and said, no, we have to take her immediately to see the doctor. So she begged all the patients in the queue so that they will allow her to see the doctor. It was like a flu then, but it got worse that the doctors had to examine her and give her medication there and then at the consulting room before they took her to take care of her. What I want to say is that children with Down syndrome are prone to a lot of infections, and when they are sick and you don't give them immediate medical care, it can result to something else. A lot of attention has to go into them, but the first thing is to acceptance. If you accept that this is the child you have, then you can educate yourself on what to do for yourself and then for your daughter.
What was supposed to be a good news for Toda's father after asking so much for it was not to be so. His conclusion was this: if this is the child you want to give me, then take her.
My husband was in the US, so I had to inform him that I had given birth. I told him I've given birth to a baby girl who was happy. Then I brought the news that the doctor said that my daughter has Down syndrome. I thought with the enlightenment we had in the US, we know what is Down syndrome. But he blamed me for Toda's condition. He said that they don't have such a person in their family. So it is me, where I come from, we have it. I don't want to, in my family, we don't also have a child with Down syndrome. I'm the first to give birth to a child with Down syndrome in my family. But he blamed me for her condition. And he told me that if this is the child that I'm giving birth to, I should take her. He doesn't want to have anything to do with her. I should take her. So Toda has been my responsibility. Once a while when he feels he has to send money for her upkeep, he will. But not like taking care of her child. So Toda has been my responsibility.
Naturally burdened and depressed from this great test in life, Agnes became an advocate for persons living with Down syndrome.
So having her and the challenges that I went through, I realized that a lot of other mothers will be going through the same challenge. So I told myself that I will want to advocate for persons with Down syndrome. I got to this point not like just I want to advocate. I have gone through depression. I was depressed and I had to go through counseling. I went to counseling sessions for 3 months because I was faced with divorce again. My husband doesn't want to have anything to do with me. So I had faced with divorce again because my elder son also, I had to divorce from his father, getting married to Toda's father, and I realized that I was faced with divorce again. It was a very difficult decision for me to take. But I realized that there was nothing else I can do but to go through it. So I had gone through depression, had to go through counseling. Then after I've pulled through, come up it through it, I decided to talk and then to advocate for persons with Down syndrome, and then to tell my story for others to know that it might be difficult in the beginning, but it is not for the entire life of a child with Down syndrome.
Having faced a second divorce by this time, Agnes began to look on the bright side of things. In fact, she speaks of how this became her blessing.
I look at Toda today and I give thanks to God because she doesn't easily fall sick like she used to do by the grace of God. We have come a long journey. She had to be in diapers for 5 years. She started speaking when she was 5 years. I also learned that with physiotherapy and all the therapies that are available, speech and language therapy, occupational therapies, they develop a little bit faster than Toda did. But I did not go through those therapies. I did not take her through those therapies. So she started talking at 5 years. When she can say poo-poo and wee-wee, that is when she was put off diapers. I remember I had to comb through Accra. I started combing through Tema in Accra to get her size of diapers. She was growing out of the sizes for diapers for children. So I didn't know what to do. She was growing and I wasn't able to get diapers her size. But thanks to God, she started speaking. She started saying wee-wee and poo-poo. So I had to put her through off diapers. Thanks to her school where she is now, Roma Christian Academy, they also helped me a lot. When I took her to school, first day in school, she was 5 years when she started school there. When she was 5 and then she was in diapers, I told them already that she has Down syndrome. She said they were ready to admit her. And then when I took her to school and she was in diapers, they asked why. I told them, and then she said I should remove it. And then they were going to help me put her off diapers. So they did a great job for me. And I was only putting on her diapers for her when she was about to go to bed. And then she came off diapers. So it's not an easy journey with a child with Down syndrome, but it is achievable, it is attainable with a lot of love and acceptance. A lot of love and patience, and accepting that this is the child I have. There are a lot of things you can do for them. Even though they have intellectual disability, there are a lot more that they can do. I believe that since you came here, you've seen some of the things Toda can do, and then you see the kind of intelligence that she has. I believe that if she cannot grow up to be a lawyer, she can grow up to be a very good dancer, or she can grow up to be a very good model for a very reputable clothing line. So it is not easy, but it is achievable.
How and why does she look so young at 57 years? Agnes knows she is not superhuman, and it is the same way she understands that worry will do her no good.
The other time somebody said that I look 40, somebody said 45, and the oldest I had is somebody said I look 48 years. Actually, growing up, I prayed God that He should let me look younger than my age. That was my desire. By growing up, I learned something, that worry makes you grow older than your age. If you don't worry too much, it keeps you young. So what I did was I lived by the day. Anything that worries me, I cry. If I have to cry, I weep. But I also decide to let life go on. So for me, my slogan is life goes on. I told myself that I wasn't going to allow anybody to put a foot stop at my life. I have gone through a lot of challenges. I've gone through divorce twice. I had to take care of my 2 children single-handedly. My son finished the university. He recently had a job. He had been out of job. I have to take care of him through school single-handedly. I had to forfeit all the luxury. I tell myself that I will look less expensive, dress less expensive so that I can have money to pay my son's school fees. I do not want my son to be sacked out of school because of school fees. He would then be crying and be thinking of where his father is, why he has to come be sacked out of school, and he will feel humiliated. So what I do is that I save money for my son's education, for Toda's education. People say I look glamorous. They think I am expensive, but I'm not expensive. Everything I wear is not expensive. I don't like expensive things. I tell myself that you don't have to be expensive to look nice. You can be moderate and also look nice. So I don't buy expensive things. I remember when Brazilian hair came, somebody told me, "Me who say open wig Brazilian hair." I said, "Brazilian hair, they mean pe. Obi training they mean pe. Hey, dabi obi be ye mean pe." Not that mean pe. I didn't have money to buy it. And that is why I live my life. Live by the day.
It's been a tough journey so far, but how is she able to stay afloat all the hurdles?
Toda is a girl, but for my son, sometimes I think that he lacked the father figure in his life, the masculine type, or the advice or opinions of a father in his life. That is what I think he might lack. When he was in school, I made a teacher, and I made him get close to a teacher.
Sorry.
And I had told the teacher to play like a father figure for him when he was in primary school to JSS. So even when he got to the university. But now we talk, and then sometimes when he asks for my opinion on certain issues and I give it, he doesn't say anything, but I feel that maybe he should have the opinion of thinking, the side of the thinking of a man in his life. That is what sometimes, he hasn't said it, but that is what I think. But for me, it is okay. It is okay. Once I can adequately care for them, it's okay.
Sitting and listening to her mom speak all this while, Toda insisted on sharing in the moment too. Here she is.
Mama is years, and Mama first helped me to obtain something, and they gave me that. Gave me again my money to do the old songs, and I get asked me that. You like this that's coming for you, ask me that. Yeah, I get asked me a question to me, and I get is my best friend, and I kiss my cheek.
Kiss my cheek.
Do you love mommy's cooking?
Yes.
What things does mommy cook for you?
Jollof.
It's your favorite food for mommy. Say mommy is your best friend.
Yes.
Why do you love mommy's jollof?
Sweet. jollof chicken but beans.
So you love mommy very much?
Yes.
Nice.
After a girl.
You saw Toda was telling them how much she loves me, how much she loves my cooking, and my cooking jollof for her, and then what I did for her on her birthday in March. And then she loves me so much.
We took a drive to Toda's school in Tema to catch some quick words from her teacher.
When it comes to the social aspect of her life, she's very friendly, affable. She's the one who easily makes friends with people. And one thing about Toda is that when she takes you as a friend, you'll not be disappointed. Though she's not as, there's a challenge, but she's one of the smart and good students in the class. Sometimes there were questions that she responds to, you'll be surprised. And so far, when it comes to academic too, she's doing well. Both indoor and outdoor, she has been very active. There's full participation, whatever that we do in class. And she's the kind of student that despite her disability, she does not let the disability to weigh her down. She's always at the top. She has a good relationship with students, both students and teachers. She knows almost every student in the school, their name. She knows every. Sometimes she engages with a play with the other children around. She's been giving them nickname and other things. Oh, it's great having a Toda in my class as my student, because working with Toda for this number of days has given me a sort of in-depth knowledge in children with a disability, because I am forced to do extra work, to go the extra mile just to satisfy Toda's needs.
Regrets? Has she any?
I do not have regrets, because I believe that everything happens in a person's life for a reason. I love my son, and even though I had struggled to take care of him, I do not want to poison my son's mind against his father, that your father wasn't responsible. Anytime his father remembers that he has a son and sends something, I'll tell him, this is how much your father has sent. But for me, I met a man once upon a time. We got married, and then he dashed me a son who was my companion for 18 years. Thanks to him, he decided to travel out and abandon his son. But I have a son, so I thank him for giving me a son. I do not have regrets.
Well, what more is there to hear after listening to this inspiring story from our guest Agnes Teku Nyamite here on The Untold on GhanaWeb TV? We hope that you've been inspired, as is always our aim here on this program. Remember, there is news for you at www.ghanaweb.com, and we want you to connect. Be kind to one another. My name is Eche Atisu.
delighted to be supporting the GhanaWeb road safety campaign. Let's be brutally frank. We are losing too many of our compatriots. The last time I checked the statistics, at the end of April, 1,034 Ghanaians had lost their lives to road crashes. We cannot continue on this trajectory. More people have died on our roads than COVID has killed during this pandemic period. That's really striking. We cannot continue doing the same thing and yet expect different results. Expect that some way, somehow, we'll reverse this deadly trend. We need to end the fatalities. We need to end the road crashes. We all now must take greater responsibility. Make sure our cars are serviced, our brakes are serviced regularly. We must ensure that as car owners, we do not hand over our cars to drivers or to our children who have not been properly licensed to use our vehicles. And let us just watch the speed and be extra cautious on our roads. Let's obey road traffic regulations and respect the signage on our roads. The carnage, the fatalities cannot continue. We must end the mass murder that is going on in our country due to road traffic accidents. It has to end, beginning from me, beginning from you. So let us do right and let us save lives. It gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
GhanaWeb edi mfie aduonu mienu na afi no ye hye ho efa etiri sema eda so GhanaWeb then, now and later. Na ye de niema pi na egugu akwan mu se de be ya ye mfi nhyiade ebedi mu. Dedi mu akote na emu baako ene road safety campaign. E de hye enu se kan kwanhyi a ekoso wo man mu no ye bebo ho dawro se ne ye be ya eso ebete. Ene ye ne opanyin baako a waje din pa e wo nwumtuo mu, gospel musician ya sapon ene be twetwe nkomo. Ofa akwaba
ya eja
na pom tise
yeho adom pomuye
enano wunya nkwanhia esi da ben na ekwan ben na fa so e bae
last year October na mi free Accra High Kumasi nti etra Sankara Barrier no in fact na previous day no na makoye program kakra nti na mabre ntina mada but me team ni me hu se car no a call left na barrage na unexpected a try a koto amne bi mu but a try say a some sort team hu ya na se car no da amne ni mu street e work road na kwa ni ncho na accident this year nkofo bibiri di make ba car no na omubetra se won yi Africa ni ame o menana my first born wa akola be 2 years anasapon no ono so te ka ni omo be yiye ni bi na omo te sa akola bi obu eda bushi ho isu ata ye de na ye nim be bi na omo ko fa no nyame da oma ono we mpra but maami tiwa mesinga no ne wisdom teach na etui na be hihye ne kon wantie ma ne kon no eswele serious na me third born Jordan ono so koto car na se ma car no to no so be 15 minutes anza mo fe mangofo abitima ba be yi na ibru ya na Joas hospital ambulance rush no de no call Kofanochi hospital na omo admit omo nyina egu me na me ho odin ga kranti me de omo ma me kofi na ye ma me tiwa me ba no Jordan na Joyce lady o kan ye group no omo nyina de omo da hospital o check akra sana yi omo be fi ndi up to now me no kase nyina tiwa ne me ba nya omo gusu a omo no mu chese aka tiwa ko de aka seji ba ko enso mo omo yen ba ko omo se asan ka ba ko ndi sana e ko happen very terrible accident
na o se na wote echire na out front and when it and say yes na nipa na no twika no o se denesi
in fact omo na omo wo no go to take onu kakra ndi na nipa gina timi de na meti en se driver no and yes ha mistake omo ne driver ba ko na over as so we driver no ay overtaking ndi na je se yes ya kwa yes omo be crash ndi we no hu sa no wo yi ka na fa nchen any ade ndi oti oyi o si ya na gravels no bi ho o si so according to omo na omo gina ho no na ka na start say somehow to because onim say obi betima yo overtaking at IHC ntina one dey onam ne kwai na woko nti omo che say we had driver ba ko na ofiri say yi ba no na okoso accident we nyina nso
I see ebra akwanhia ne si ye no omo a ebeto so no say na ahokeka no ACF isan say nim say kan kwanhia sisi ya ebi mu ha mo beboa say ye befa mo akọ hospital ebi so afi no mo ba betwa sini no mo dey ascend say dey sini o say na ahokeka ne ti
in fact to be frank kofono ya dey my surprise me because nipa dimika ba mache say utimu say nipa ba ho no na omunya sympathy my pa je say omu ye adwuma to be frank omu ye adwuma papa especially me ba na o talk car na se no aka no to no so no omu frefre we dimika no kukurum na ko se ho no ben krum we dimika no ko within a short time na nipa bo nipa no doso ansa na omu ti pushi car ne free me ba no so because tundra mood
tundra to akra no so
tundra just utim say American spec ni bi awa outim say enye agro fa omo ndide bia me ko indiva me da kru mo for ase pa say omo boy enye agro omo boy omo boy ejina car say nam kwa nso be nyina bi egu car ma car no kwa ye kokwa ba ko omo gina no chance yesterday ebi no tutu cars ni di echi ndi ba ko no ese wo kwanso e de eko na di udi echi na fast no mu yi say va omo ya de omo ya de pa
minim se we ni ebredi kan a BBC ato a we ni bredi kan na we pie bi soda na wo hu bi
medical bi echi a unexpected mu ya ni say start ekobush na me di echi me kuku na me driver ma car no ko hwidue bi mu ma omo prepare ni pa e omo ye fo omo nyina obia serious ba akokwa de ne minim bia na but obi enwu obenim nti me driver na me ne nam e fe no so jama me ni minu ne ko ba bia car no bushi we ewura ye no ko sisa omo nyina de omo e be gu me car no mu ni car bi so gina ya e de omo ko hospital me pie bi so da
se yehwe nipa dodo a enya kan kwanhia na omo efiri mu na so omo hwere omo nkwa ekọ animu pa Osha nansen akra wo de toto covid yi ho a nipa na ewu esan kan kwanhia no edoso sene covid-19 wodi wani eto forma den na ususu se edi we se nyina eba den na yenye niye.
One thing is drivers no na say omunya hwie kasa kire because most of the drivers ni bibiri yen tempe ase wo pre no wo pentem se wo ko ena baby a wo ko no say even car no wo ko normal speed no udura anyone na wakwa na de wo no wo ko over speed anyone na wakwa na de wo ko normal speed na ba beto eho efa no efri drivers no omo ahwe a omo nye okwa no so ena ebinum nso drive na omo da no wa bokra na o de kaka ena car so yenyina yenim se they were car city just twinkle of an eye na accident eba ena ebinum nso so dia omo ema accident ne ba se nani kumukura na o drive because minimum kophobia me no mo di nkomo mo kaso na me dey see ani me da kra metimi kaka enye no kure anti nkophobia wo suban bi wo mu a eno na ese omutimi jai na accident no so ti because accident bi ebisi bia na the cause enye car na fitin ya na da entisa
o sha ya bo kan kwanhia ho dewro sene esese ye bokodru kan kwanhia ho dewro no dia me ni krani isa enya dia ye se de isa aya dia ebi na wo kan say this year mo ye covid no kra no accident e kum enso se wunye obi owo ho ana omo wunu mi obi sori a nka obutime hu say driver we ya ene na mo no ma sa problem me ba drivers no attitude ena omo cause accident enye car no keke cause accident bi ebisi bia obo overtaking obo wrong overtaking obi beye no na obi susu nam ne kwaso no akwiti say di so o trust enti kasachire de isha say omuma intimi amanfo pa ti say in fact road accident ho campaign na say able drivers kokopade say yes so common to say bibi to say sort say the enchine ye common for baby obi hu say say because drivers na so serious ebinum just the car na go tren kra no afekwa na bi awaje lances afei na wo enti esa road accident no ho campaign na mo ye no one the esa kra bi o minya accident ena me hu say you ade ese ye pa anya sa omo kunkrofo keke me se senye nyankopon ene gina mechi a bibia because the car na ye over repairs we are in the way see here you know amwamo akra
amwamo say you know the car ni is omo friend na bibibi omo say no na ye mo ye car omo say ni mi nu nyina they always say you know omo ntimi en street no mfanye car etutu car no ni so it's like say that is in here kasa kire more radio so papers mu television so what say eno kwa na ho say e common oguma
eyimu nyina no aban asudi eda aban so eni sen na wodi wani eto forma aban ye ne fam de na wo ye ekosi empempenso a ye yesusu senka wo yana
de me hu ni say government de kra no de oye ni isa imagine say ebeto aba hwe kwan a wo fa so ye campaign kasa mo ma ubia bibia ko nipa so mu yi I think say road safety campaign no it deserve a lot of attention because say unya accident da hu the way etie so but any effort e kwan no susa drivers no hu say kwan ni sua baby a obi hye obi even kra no wo take go speed obi di be sound ho Because on American highway, American road, it be no cars, it be 8, it be 6. A quite also who say, why you quite so? And now, unexpected, no could pick a bisu of Pubiasia, I say, see, one can be the Akoshasi. Just say, I said, government in the money, Nico road accident, will a too much. A too much. Too much.
Yeah, say Udi wafutu e twa to kra den na ususu den potin na ubenya nanka ye de egu akwan mu na ma kan kwanhia na so ati
me de me feel nka government no enye na said say all the stations nya omo ge licenses free omo ansa na otima operate nka omo vanka omo measures ho say this year ubeye road accident ho ubema amanfo hu hia say eni say isi enka omo measures omo de be ma omo oba anopa first time can once because cars na enam sa 24 hours na radio stations e wa kra hankwa I say almost about ebu 100 kuma say ebu 100 takrade almost about be 20 just the whole Ghana baby in the omo man say any TV stations omo beje lines is ade we die omo nye ne te say de e beto aba o e a omo ye no na enko ni because abofo e ka omo say me say no life ti ade omo say be ha omo no they make sure say omo ye e ho serious campaign man ko fu na drivers no so omo stations na omo tetete the proto no money defense station omo ko omo ho na omo nyina ehu say nipa na okuku omo no ye pe omo 4 years de omo to aba na enye restrictions bi mremu both side na drivers ni hu passengers obi o got na kemo obi argument is a no driver na tension e wo kasa no so na fe omo enye straight say omo ni nkofonga so obi ti utu obi kam no hu say okono no monsa binum timi gina no makotwe bi omo twa bi ya no bi ni nyina no enye sa ne mo we say government mo na ni bre ho na the government be ye no because o kasa ye na ye beda kafi we timi we kafi obi ansi abonte obi ansi a bar critical say ya rebuy meshes beginning editor kasa for first time one e buy yes ye nyina ngo de obi akọ dem upia o problem I say a road accident and some meshes we never because the way akasi e kum nipa no Jesus
ofa ebeda se so ne twetwen komo e wo GhanaWeb TV so abusia aha na brebe ma yakwan amede ye interview with gospel musician ya Saponu ABC ya kai wo say ye di en 22nd anniversary say uhu bibi e wo wakwan so na ususu say sadi we say betimi de kan kwanhia ba yimpanyifo asutre anya sanso a say o filmi o video now they send here newswires@ghanaweb.com email newswires@ghanaweb.com and our social media we are on all social media platforms Twitter, Facebook, Instagram is at the GhanaWeb otage ya yebedi hu djuma ye nyina yensom na kan kwanhia eso emrase e wo man Ghana mu midin e de Benefo Boabin Abrantepa.
So, do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed, GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is, congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it, work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
There's no better experience than going back to one's roots and learning all about one's history, and that's what the Nchinchin Museum is here for. It's a place full of rich African history about where we came from as a people and where we are heading to. We are visiting today to experience some of that, and we are happy you could join us. This is People and Places. My name is Wandami Hagan. After the break, we'll meet our first guest and get right into the conversation. Welcome aboard. Welcome back from that quick break. Thank you for staying with us. This is still People and Places. Now we are at the entrance of the Nchinchin Museum and we are meeting Gideon Kweku Diajiman. He will be taking us round. So I would say he's our tour guide for today. Gideon, it's saying.
Boko, I would say.
Yamiadum. So how long have you been here for?
Okay, I've been here for 2.5 years now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Gideon is an artist, by the way. So in Nchinchin Museum, no, how big is the place?
Currently, we sit on 200-acre land here. But we have developed about 50 acres of the acquired land so far.
So far.
Yeah.
Okay.
So currently we are operating on a 50-acre land.
But it's still expanding.
Yeah, it's a museum that is evolving. So we're still in the early stages of developing and expanding it.
These are very in-your-face monuments. I don't know what they mean. Can you just take us through?
Oh, okay. So we have here 3 monuments that are highlighting civilization in Africa.
Okay.
So the first one is the Sudano-Sahelian monument.
This one?
Yeah, the very first one. And we want to incorporate the art forms and architectural styles, not only in Ghana, but the whole of Africa.
Okay.
So this one isn't found in Ghana. This is found in the southern part of Africa, or Sudan.
When you say this is found, as in the structure?
Yeah, this is typical of the architectural forms in Sudan.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they've been engraved on the structure here. I mean, the designs inside are the ones from Sudan. That's what you're saying?
The structure.
The whole structure.
The whole structure,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we decided to incorporate these traditional art forms and designs on it. Since we are talking about our culture and our heritage here in Ghana, so we wanted to include most of the popular art forms and symbols that have meaning here in Ghana.
Okay. All right. And then what do we have next?
The one that we have here is called the obelisk.
Obelisk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So for the obelisk, that's the name, right?
Yeah, that is the name.
I see different symbols, footprints, and the rest. Do they have meanings?
Yeah, they have symbolic meanings. Okay. If you are really conversant with Akan traditional art forms or symbols, you realize that most of these symbols are found in our cloth and the the art styles and forms in Ghana. Okay. So there's a spider, there's a snail, there's a tortoise, there are footprints which are all symbolic.
Okay. Right, and then the third one?
The third one is what we call the Lukasa. It is made by the people of Baluba, who are found in Dr. Congo.
DR Congo.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So this is just the entrance. We are now getting into the place, but we want to find out, Gideon, what should we expect from our tour today?
Well, expect a lot. We have most artworks here that are not really found in Ghana here. We are one of the biggest outdoor museums here in Ghana and soon to be in Africa.
Okay.
So we are still expanding, and we have art forms that talk about our culture and our heritage here in Ghana. So I think there's a lot that are going to be unfolded here.
Okay. So from the entrance, where next are we going?
So from the entrance, we enter into the museum proper, and I will take you to the story of the goats, or how the goats met the goats.
Okay.
It's a story that we have created, and I think when you get there, I would explain that story. Yeah.
Let me just hold you a little. These statues, are they called statues? Or
yeah, they are
sculptures?
statues. It's the same thing.
What do they symbolize or signify?
Okay, we have the sacred grounds up there where we have our ancestral hairs, but pictures are not really allowed there. So when people come on tour and they want to leave a memory or go with a memory, this is where they can take pictures.
Oh, I see.
So you can stand with the sculptures and you take pictures. That signifies that you were once here for a tour.
All right. Okay. So we are going to see the goats which met another goat.
Yeah, how the goats met the goats.
Okay.
So we move to this area first.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
And then this one, and there's another one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this area talks about how the goats met the goats, and it's a story that we created using world art. And you can see that there are goats found here in their universe or in their jungle, and they're all striving to get to the pinnacle of their lives. They're all trying to be successful. As humans, all of us are, trying to be successful in one way or the other. So these goats found themselves trying to do things that will take them to the highest pinnacle of their life. So you realize that on my left here, you would see two other goats there.
One down and one.
Yeah, one finds herself on the top of the roof, and in the world of the goats, the level that the goat up there has gotten to is the highest peak of the universe or their life.
Okay.
So it means that this goat has become successful. So you realize that there's a goat down there that has been trying several times to get to the level that goat is. But
trying to be like the successful one.
But she has been unsuccessful. And the goat up there is the greatest of all time, GO80.
Yeah.
Because she has been able to make it.
Oh, okay.
So you realize that there's a dialogue between the two of them. So the one down there is asking the one up there how she got there, and she was advising the one down there about how to make it to where she is.
So giving her maybe tips or something.
Sure.
So the things in the wall are like the footprints.
They are the footprint because
the one on top.
No, the one down there that has tried several times to climb to where she is, but so there's an advice that she gave her that I think would be told when people come here. We don't want to put everything out there.
That's for you to find out. So
Yeah.
you just have to come to the Nchinchi Museum to find out why. I mean, what advice the successful goats gave the goat which is trying to be successful.
Yeah.
Okay, but why the story though? What's inspired the story?
What inspired the story? You know that Africans we like creating stories. And these stories, they are embedded in them nuggets of wisdom that advises us, in the path of our life. So we wanted to create a story that has a symbolism with African lifestyle and how we live. So we wanted to use sculpture ways to create a story that has advice in it, that can advise all people from all walks of life.
Okay, great. Okay, so then our next move is... That also has the tortoise. And is that a crocodile?
That's a crocodile. Okay. So in this particular work, I won't really go much into detail.
Which reads, at the time appointed for the purpose under Order 53 as order of business, any member may, with the prior approval of Mr. Speaker, move a motion on specific matter of urgent public importance. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, in reading that order, conveniently omitted the prior approval of Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he read the order under which he is coming and omitted that phrase. Mr. Speaker, I'm raising a preliminary issue, and that has to do with whether or not he has sought your prior approval. That's right. Mr. Speaker, that is what I want to know. And thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I listened to him from the comfort of my offices invoke the same standing orders. You are what? You invoke the same standing orders. I'm doing same. And Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to Order 48.1, which reads, the presence of at least 1/3 of all the members of Parliament besides the person presiding shall be necessary to constitute a quorum for the House. So, Mr. Speaker, even adding yourself to the quorum yesterday itself is in betrayal of our standing order 48.1. Yesterday, the Speaker never said he received prior notice from him before allowing his friend. And Mr. Speaker, yesterday as I followed proceedings, I did not hear the chair and the speakership acknowledge that there was any written statement seeking to use Order 51 by the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, let me also with respect refer you to our standing order 109. And Mr. Speaker, standing order 109 reads, and I'm interested, Mr. Speaker, in 109.2. You were presiding, and therefore, by the provisions of standing order 30, you assume the role and responsibility of the Speaker of Parliament of Ghana. And it reads, Mr. Speaker shall have neither an original nor a custom vote. And if upon any question before the House, the votes are equally divided, the motion shall be lost. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, as I have seen in the other paper, we are told on Friday 137 could not take a decision. And therefore, last one with you in the chair was 137. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, whatever decision was taken, to quote you, is null and void, because the votes and proceedings report that the decision, let me refer you to the page. Let me refer you to the page, Mr. Speaker. If you come to page 12, I hear quorum 137. Then when question was put, Mr. Speaker, I don't see any other number. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm stating strongly that you have no original nor custom vote. But I recognize that you are a member of Parliament. Therefore, you could not. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm calling for a rescission. You will see voting today. That decision of yesterday, Mr. Speaker, let me refer you additionally to Article 104 of the 1992 Constitution, which provides, Mr. Speaker, in 104(2), the Speaker shall have neither an original nor custom vote. Therefore, for you to have courageously referred to yourself as adding to the numbers is repugnant to the provisions of the 1992 Constitution, in particular Article 104(2), and a serious breach and violation of Standing Order 109 of the Standing Orders of the Parliament of Ghana, and a serious breach of Order 48 of the Standing Orders of Parliament. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm calling for a rescission of that decision. Mr. Speaker, what is even more worrying was to hear the majority leader and Minister for Finance all use the words when he was moving the motion, that the motion is adopt the budget subject to concessions. Which concessions? Concessions in your head or concessions in the head of the Finance Minister? This is a house of record. Even if there are concessions, the concessions must be laid and made a necessary part of the budget statement. And made a necessary part of the budget statement, because those concessions will amend aspects of the budget and economic policy of government, not in the imagination or in the thinking of a Minister for Finance. Therefore, to accept a motion subject to concessions which is not known to this august House in the exercise of our important mandate of oversight, our important mandate over scrutiny of the public purse, Mr. Speaker, I can only ask for a rescission. Mr. Speaker, the other day, our colleagues this side, they chose to walk out, even though yesterday you tried to help them understand when you added yourself to quorum. Then it means we could have added them to the quorum of the day they walked out, Mr. Speaker, because they were in the chamber. By extension, they were in the chamber and they are present. It is only when, Mr. Speaker, they were wanting to avoid humiliating defeat. And let me refer you to it, Mr. Speaker. Again, Article 104(3) of the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, I read, where the votes on a motion are equal, it shall be taken to be a loss. Mr. Speaker, the votes and proceedings of yesterday reported 274 members, 137 intact. So whether you took part, you didn't take part, you only could be 137. You only. Because one of your members, Sarah Adjuasafu, was absent. Not yesterday. On Friday. On Friday. Mr. Speaker, so we are calling for a rescission. We are calling for a rescission. So I beg to move Mr. Speaker, that the decision of the House yesterday purporting to adopt a budget statement subject to concessions not known to this August House be declared a nullity and unconstitutional. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move. Yesterday, I heard you rely on the same order 50, 1 and 2. I'm relying on the same standing order 51 and 2. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this August House could not proceed in adopting a motion in the matter of budget statement and oversight with unaccompanied and unknown concessions only known in the imagination and thinking of a Minister of Finance. He does not walk to this house on his own authority. He does under Article 179 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members, order.
Mr. Speaker, in concluding on my motion,
Honorable members, order. Let's listen to the application by the Honorable Minister. Honorable members, order, please. Order. Let's listen to the leaders, please.
Mr. Speaker, yes, it's true. I welcome the Honorable Adua Safo in that hairstyle. But Mr. Speaker, I was referring to the votes and proceedings of Friday, 26 November 2021, when I said that the votes reported, and accurately and rightly so, the votes and proceedings of Friday, 26 November 2021, reported that the Honorable Sarah Adua Safo was absent with permission. And therefore, I'm saying that if 137 took a decision which was declared a nullity, and the same 137 yesterday took a decision, it's only appropriate. We do not recognize that the presiding officer of the Speaker has an original or a casting vote, and therefore you could not be more than 137. I so submit. So I beg to move that the motion that was adopted be rescinded and the Minister of Finance be authorized to lay before this House any concessions he is keeping in his head. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister for. Let me hear the majority leader, please.
that the motion has to be seconded. That's what you granted him yesterday. Do the same thing to me. Let it be seconded and he can make his point. I move a motion. It has to be seconded by our rules. That is what you granted him yesterday, and they're the same standing for the 50. I saw him vote it. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot deny the honorable minority leader his right to move a motion. All that I'm seeking to know from the chair, because he is quoting from Order 51. The Speaker, and in quoting the order, he did not quote the full complement of the order, which is what I did. And I'm asking whether the minority leader sought the prior approval of the chair, of the Speaker. I did. You were not here. I did before coming to the House. So I want to know from the chair whether you have done that. That's my simple request to the chair. Mr. Speaker, so I'm awaiting your directive on this before the motion gets seconded.
Honourable members, Order 51, as read by the minority leader, it's clear that with the prior approval of Mr. Speaker, move a motion on a specific. I sat in the lobby for 1.5 hours before I came here. The clerks at table will confirm. That I sat at the office for 1.5 hours before Ruby. Neither the minority leader nor anybody told me anything of his intention to apply under Order 50 for any such application. So no prior approval has been obtained. The application, therefore, is not properly before me. I am
nothing. Let's vote on it. We will vote on the prior approval. The House must hear the motion.
You don't want to double. It will happen. You don't want to double. Yes, honorable member for Baku Central. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we were not in the chamber. But we observed the proceedings on television. Mr. Speaker, we listened to the majority group leader move the motion. And he moved the motion pursuant to Order 51. But Mr. Speaker, Order 51, as you are saying, is controlled by Order 52. Mr. Speaker, assuming without admitting that is indeed the position, we did not hear you, Mr. Speaker, say that prior to coming to this chamber, he had consulted you in a written statement. We did not hear you. We did not hear you put before this house evidence of the written statement. Why is it that suddenly today, when we seek to also move Petron to the same order, the issue of a written statement has become an obstacle? If yesterday a written statement was not necessary and it was not displayed in this house, and you did not make reference to it in this house, how come that today a written statement has suddenly become so important? Mr. Speaker, if there was a written statement, I urge Mr. Speaker to display the written statement before us today. Here and now, Mr. Speaker, there was no written statement. Let's go on to the same order. I therefore second the motion moved by the minority leader. Let's one to the order that he used to move the motion. Mr. Speaker, the issues before this house.
Honourable Member, we haven't got very issue. I'm taking notes of the point the leader said. I'm really willing and ready to listen and make a ruling. But we have to cross the bridge before we get there. Yes, Honourable. I thought you were speaking to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the rule is clear. The rule is clear, 51, that it is with the prior approval of the Speaker. Which Speaker? 51, prior approval. Mr. Speaker, the matter was raised yesterday subject to our prior approval. We have raised the issue today, and there is no prior approval, and therefore it is not a post-submission approval. So they are completely out of order. Mr. Speaker, for a member of Parliament to tell the Speaker to place on the table what has come to him, it is an unacceptable position. Our friends on the other side had the right to raise it yesterday. They did not come because they knew they were losing. Mr. Speaker, let us not confuse the public. The rule says that 138 MPs should be present. It didn't say 100% of them should approve. It said majority should approve. Mr. Speaker, the definition of who is an MP in this house is determined by law. You sitting there, you are the MP of the choir, not subject to the whims and caprices of the minority. So we were 138 clothed with a jurisdiction to be determined by a majority, not necessarily 138. On their time, they didn't have it. Period. Mr. Speaker, this country can do without all this question. Let us fix them. They are out of order. Period. And we move forward.
Yes, Honourable.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I can notice on the side of the majority group, a former senior colleague of the House, current Agric Minister, is not properly dressed to be in this chamber. And I want you to direct him to either get out to come back to the House properly dressed. He is not properly dressed to be in the chamber. Hello, Mr. Speaker. It's a convention in this house that when you
wear a suit. When he wear a suit, it must come with a tie. The Greek minister is not properly dressed because he's wearing a suit without a tie.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Local Government. Are you responding to the issue relating to the Minister for Agri?
Yes.
Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker. We stay in Ghana, in Africa, and we always talk about colonialism and neo-colonialism. Right, Honorable Speaker. In Westminster, the British Parliament, the Speaker of British Parliament has ruled that members of Parliament in British Parliament can enter British Parliament without putting on attack. In British Parliament, the Speaker of British Parliament has ruled, and for this year, all of us, we have worked Prime Minister's questions in Westminster, where people have stood up and asked questions not in time. In British Parliament, you sit in Ghana, and shamefully when you say that somebody is not tying a tie around his neck, so he's not properly dressed. Whereas in British Parliament, they go there without tie. This is shameful, and the Speaker, please dismiss it.
Yes, Honorable Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised at the argument of the former Minority Chief Whip. He knows that Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a motion was ably moved by the minority leader, and it was seconded by Honorable Mama Yerga. Even though
Honorable Montaka, I thought you were going to respond to the
Honorable. It became news because it was part of what I was going to say, but it became news when the Minister for Agri walked away. Because when my colleague, the former Deputy Minority Whip, who was in charge of discipline, and he knew very well the dress code, that if you choose to wear an African wear like he's wearing, it's permissible and decent. But when you choose to wear a suit without a tie, you are improperly dressed. It is beyond doubt. In this parliament, it has been ruled severally. But if you choose to wear a tie and tie like yours, now he's properly dressed, you can sit in. Now the Speaker, to add, the Speaker, yesterday, what happened was an infidelity.
Can we bring a closure to
the Speaker, I just want to refer
Honorable Chief Whip, can we bring a closure to the motion, the matter brought by the Honorable Member for Adaklu? Very well. Honorable members, I think that the Honorable Minister, after listening, can you resume your seat, please, the Chief Whips? After listening to the objection, has gone to put on a tie. Indeed, let it be on record that our dress code, the admissible dress to Parliament, if you choose to wear a suit, you must wear a tie. If you choose to wear an African dress, then you're not bound to wear a tie. But once you choose to wear a suit, then you must wear a tie. The Minister has complied. So now I've listened to the Minister, Minority Leader. I've listened to the Majority Leader. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, what I raised was a preliminary issue. But beyond that, the minority leader went on and made his submission in support of the motion that he has filed or wants to make. The Speaker, if you permit me, because the first one was just a preliminary issue, I can appropriately respond to the issues that he has raised. Mr. Speaker, that is, if you accept the motion, then I can respond to it and you make a ruling. Because as far as I'm concerned, it is, I'm not wrong.
Well, I had earlier observed that the minority leader had every opportunity to speak to me about this, whether on phone or in the chamber. The first time I saw him today was when I was processing into the chamber. We shared greetings. He didn't mention any such thing to me. So very clearly, the prior approval part has not been sought. The Honorable Mama is saying that if there was prior approval sought in the majority leader's application yesterday, I should put the evidence before the House. It is a very interesting request made of me. It is it's difficult to ignore such very loud comments, but I'll strive to ignore them. However, I will permit you to make your application and then I will determine.
He's permitting. Accepted. He's permitted. He's permitted.
I'll permit the Honorable Member for Boko to now make your second, and then I'll listen to contributors and I'll make my ruling.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for granting our request to move a motion pursuant to Order 50, one for rescission that was made yesterday. We are now moving that which happened yesterday should also be set aside on the grounds that the issues that it permitted, Mr. Speaker, are issues that could not have taken place because, like the minority leader has argued, there was no quorum in this House to transact business. So, Speaker, the issues of quorum to take decision, is clearly spelled out in the Constitution and the standing orders. The Constitution is very clear, Mr. Speaker, that first 102, a quorum of Parliament apart from the person presiding. A quorum of Parliament apart from the person presiding shall be 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I emphasize the word apart from the person presiding. To begin an argument about a chain of arrangement that intends that when we are discussing the question of quorum, we should always leave the person presiding. That anytime we are discussing quorum, we should always leave out the person presiding. That is the argument. Whether it is a quorum to transact business or a quorum to take decision, always leave out the person presiding. Mr. Speaker, this provision has been repeated in Order 48 of our standing orders, which says the presence of at least 1/3 of all the members of Parliament, besides the person presiding, shall be necessary to constitute a quorum of the House. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that all the time we should take away the person presiding, regardless of whether he is the substantive speaker, the first deputy speaker, or even the second deputy. But yesterday, Mr. Speaker, you were presiding, and even though we were not in the chamber, we heard you counting yourself among the people who should be counted to constitute quorum for taking a decision in this House. That is why we say that what happened yesterday was irregular and cannot stand, because you were presiding and you counted yourself, when the intention of the Constitution is that any time that we are discussing quorum, we should put aside the person presiding when counted. Mr. Speaker, let me further buttress the arguments that we are making, that when you are presiding as a deputy speaker, first deputy or second deputy speaker, I've heard arguments, oh, but the person is a member of Parliament. At the time when you assume the seat, you are no longer ordinarily a member of Parliament. You are no longer ordinarily a member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, that is the reason why when you assume the seat, we are all compelled to now have reverence for you as the Speaker, to follow your directives. You assume all the powers of a Speaker. So how can you be sitting there as the Speaker and still maintain your status as an ordinary member of Parliament? That is an absurdity. That is something that ordinarily I don't understand, and I appreciate when the ordinary person in the street doesn't understand. And I'm not surprised that on radio this morning, the public was asking, was there a decision or was there no decision? Because they also agree that when you are sitting there, you cannot count yourself as an ordinary member of Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, clearly what happened yesterday was an illegality. If the position is that what happened today on Friday was an illegality.
Honorable member, hold on. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Order. Honorable members, order. I have just given somebody a floor. Can you resume your seat? Yes, let me hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I rise on the point of order on the statement that has been raised by Honorable Ayariga, which is discriminatory, and the Constitution of this country is so clear. Mr. Speaker, you were ably voted for by the people of the Kwai. And it might interest our friends on the other side that I hail from that constituency. And I represent the people of Dome Pabenya in Greater Accra region. Mr. Speaker, to say that you are physically present here and have a seat, people of the Kwai, and for the Member of Parliament for Boko, Honorable Ayariga, to say that you had no right to be in the chamber is out of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker,
honorable members, order. Kindly bring your conclusion. Kindly conclude, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to state on record, Mr. Speaker, this is a house of record, and as the former Deputy Majority Leader of this house, I was present in this house yesterday. Mr. Speaker,
you are not here.
Mr. Speaker, and to state categorically that I cannot force Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa, who is my friend on the other side, to dress the way I want him to dress. And that is an insult on womanhood. And so those making that noise, Mr. Speaker, should withdraw. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable, can you conclude your... Yes, conclude.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, 102 says that a quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, shall be 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. It also uses the word all the members of Parliament. The argument of the majority group is that 104 also deals with quorum for taking decision. And it also says, except as otherwise provided in this Constitution, matters in Parliament shall be determined by the votes of the majority of members present and voting, with at least half of all the members of Parliament present. So the Constitution uses all the members of Parliament in 102 and also uses all the members of Parliament in 104 and has exempted that the Speaker, the person presiding, should not be calculated to be part of all the members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, so it is obvious that this Constitution does not mince words when it expresses its intention that anytime we are calculating quorum of all the members of Parliament, we should always exempt the person presiding. So, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, based on this irregularity, a motion was moved and which was approved by yourself, that the House accordingly approved the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2022, subject to the concessions outlined by the responsible for finance in his concluding statement on the motion. There was no such motion before this House. There was no motion subject to concluding remarks. Which motion is called subject to concluding remarks? That we are not aware of any motion called motion subject to concluding remarks. Where are the concessions? And where are the concessions? What are they? How can you approve a motion making concessions that you don't know? All of you 137 people, you didn't know the concessions and yet you went ahead and approved it. How about if the concessions say that we MPs should no longer be paid salaries?
What is the concession?
What are the concessions? Tell us what the concessions are.
The effect of the concession.
If the concessions say that everybody should start paying 50% income tax, you didn't know and you went ahead and voted for a motion subject to concessions that you are not aware of. Mr. Speaker, on that note, Mr. Speaker, I second the motion by the minority leader to set aside all that happened yesterday as a total nullity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Leader, can I admit one person before you so that you have two people each contributing to that? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, it is obvious that our national constitution risks being defiled, Mr. Speaker. The provisions of the constitution on this matter is clear. Mr. Speaker, Article 102 and Article 104 are clearly distinguishable. Mr. Speaker, they are clearly distinguishable. And Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, let me repeat Article 102 and Article 104. Article 102 reads, Mr. Speaker, a quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding. Mr. Speaker, the emphasis is on the person presiding. That's the emphasis. Shall be 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, it is needless to point out that this quorum, pursuant to Article 102, is quorum for conducting business. Mr. Speaker, in that respect, Mr. Speaker, in that respect, may I respectfully refer the House to the book written by the respected jurists KB Ayensu and SN Dako on an introduction to the law, practice and procedure of Parliament of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, that is clearly stated, the distinguishing between the quorum for conducting business. So that is Article 102.
Honorable Member, kindly hold on. Yes, Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is grossly out of order. We are talking about our constitution and our standing orders, and you are talking about a book somebody has written that nobody is. If you want us to make progress with that book, you should let that book so that we can see the references. We are talking about standing orders and constitution, and you are talking about somebody other book. And Mr. Speaker, my colleague Honorable Adjustafo, in a point of order, was talking about she was present yesterday. Mr. Speaker, very soon we'll get to know whether Honorable Adjustafo was truly in the chamber yesterday or it was a different person who was there yesterday.
Honorable, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, I referred to Article 102 and I fortified Article 102 with an authority. I will pardon my senior brother, he's not a lawyer, so you have to back your authorities with reference. Mr. Speaker, Article 104 reads, except as otherwise provided in this Constitution, matters in Parliament shall be determined by the vote of the majority of members present and voting, with at least half of all the members of parliament present. Mr. Speaker, this is the distinction. This is the distinction. The distinction is that whereas in Article 102, the framers of the Constitution deliberately mention the person presiding for purposes of quorum for conducting business, in Article 104, the framers of the Constitution deliberately omitted mentioning the person presiding for purposes of quorum. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, the first year student of a class of interpretation will be taught the canon or tool of interpretation, which states, and I quote, expresso unis es exclusio alteris. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, to wait, Mr. Speaker, to wait, quote, to wait, quote, express mention of a thing implies the exclusion of all others, end quote. If the framers of the Constitution intended that the person presided ought to be excluded for the purposes of a quorum for taking a decision, they would have said so expressly. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that is the law. Mr. Speaker, may I also refer the House to Article 57 of the Constitution. Article 57(2). Article 57(2) states, and I quote, the President shall take precedence over all other persons in Ghana, and in descending order, the Vice President, the Speaker of Parliament, and the Chief Justice shall take precedence over all other persons in Ghana, end quote. In this Article 57(2), the order is the President, the Vice President, the Speaker, and the Chief Justice. Mr. Speaker, when you go to Article 20 of the Constitution, where it talks about succession, the framers of the Constitution talks about the President. When the President is not there, the Vice President. When the Vice President is not there, the Speaker. The framers of the Constitution deliberately omitted the Chief Justice on the principle that I've enunciated, the expresso principle. You cannot include the Chief Justice in Article 60. That is on all fours with Article 102 and 104 when it comes to the person presiding. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that is the law. And further, Mr. Speaker, any careful examination of the 1992 National Constitution as a whole, any examination of the 1992 Constitution as a whole, Mr. Speaker, you will realize that the framers of the Constitution keep using Speaker, First Deputy Speaker, Second Deputy Speaker, and the person presiding. They use them. They don't use them interchangeably. They use Mr. Speaker.
Hold on. Yes, what order are you referring to?
Oh, what's it? Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise to on a point of order to say that the minister is misleading the House. Mr. Speaker, the minister in quoting 104. Mr. Speaker, the minister in quoting Article 104 of the Constitution said, except as otherwise provided in this Constitution. And the minister must be reminded that in his argument, he already made reference to Article 103.
Hold on there.
And 103 has already provided.
What did he say that is not in the Constitution? You are trying to contribute to the argument. That is not the point of order. If your leaders choose that you must contribute, they will give you the floor. Thank you. I don't remember continue.
Mr. Speaker, on the matter of quorum, fortunately, on the principle of stare decisis, the principle of precedent, this Parliament has had an occasion. And Mr. Speaker, I have in my hand here the Hansard of this House dated Tuesday, 22nd December 2015, where this same matter came up for consideration. And Mr. Speaker, it is instructive to note that the current Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honourable Alvin Babin, had something to say about this particular matter we are discussing in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, at exactly 3:20 p.m., when this matter came up for litigation, the Right Honourable Speaker, then Majority Leader, on 22nd December 2015, at exactly 3:20 p.m., had this to say. Mr. Speaker, it's very instructive. May I read it out to the House? And I quote, this is Mr. Babin speaking in the Hansard, and I quote, "In the case of head count, Mr. Speaker shall take the vote of the House by calling upon members who support or oppose his decision successively to rise in their places. A member may vote in a division, even if he did not hear the question put. Mr. Speaker, it is important for this to be ironed out clearly. Uproar. Mr. Speaker, after you have taken the count, it is incumbent on Mr. Speaker to announce the results. After that, others can follow, but it's unprecedented to defer the results. Mr. Speaker, the results will have to be announced for us to know." Interruption. "This is because I believe that we satisfy the constitutional provision as provided in Article 104, and I will want to read that Article 104 says," and he quotes, and he goes on, "Mr. Speaker, we are 275 members. Half of that is 138. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we are more than 138, so we satisfy the constitutional provision." Mr. Speaker, even more instructively, Mr. Speaker, even more instructively, the Right Honourable Speaker at the time, Honourable Doe Ajawo, gave a ruling on that litigation. And Mr. Speaker, the ruling is captured in the Hansard of 22nd December 2015. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, let me quote the ruling of Honourable Doe Ajawo, because it's so instructive, it settles this matter in many respects. And I quote, he says, "Honourable members, you are aware that this House is not supreme. We are subject to the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. The rule is that where the Constitution has made a provision for regulation of the business of the House, they take precedence over any other. And indeed, the standing orders of this House, there is quorum to do business, and that is 1/3 of the House. And there is quorum to take decision. So we need to draw a distinction between the quorum to do business and the quorum to take decision. Mr. Speaker, the quorum to take a decision is regulated by Article 104(1). The fundamental question is that the time that the vote was taken, did we have at least half of the honourable members present? It is a constitutional issue which has to be captured in the standing order 1091 of our standing orders. If we go by the results of the head count, by adding 67 to 66, we will get 133. Therefore, there is a serious constitutional issue here. So, at the time that the votes were taken, this House lacked the legal, in fact, the constitutional capacity to take a decision. So, I entirely endorse the position taken by the Honourable First Deputy Speaker that we do not have the number, constitutionally speaking, to take a decision. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, no decision has been taken, end quote. So, Mr. Speaker, the import of what the learned Right Honourable Speaker Doe Ajawo is making is exactly the point I'm making, that Article 102 and 104 are distinguishable. And so our friends from the other side, their reliance on Article 102 does not help their case, does not resolve the matter. If you want to find out whether or not the person presiding can be part of the quorum to take a decision, go to Article 104. Go to Article 104. It is black and white. It is established. And Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, there are replete of authorities from the Supreme Court to affirm the decision of distinction. And Mr. Speaker, there are so many of them that I can't give all of them to you. But permit me to cite one of the locus classicus when it comes to the canon or the tool of interpretation of distinguishing between one part of a document and another part of a document, where if a matter is expressly mentioned in one part of the document but not mentioned in the other, it means that it is excluded. Mr. Speaker, I refer to Kwajoga Adra versus National Democratic Congress, writ number JI/13/2014, Supreme Court, dated 15 July 2015. So, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by urging upon you that what took place yesterday in this House was constitutional, was lawful, was legal, was appropriate, was in accord with the practice and conventions of this House, and indeed, as members of the choir, you are entitled to be counted for purposes of a quorum to take a decision. And we didn't need Mr. Speaker voting to take a decision. We needed half of the members present to take a decision. And that decision is valid and must stand. Mr. Speaker,
yes, honorable member for Bolga Central. All right.
Listen to your lecture.
Listen. Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker. In the spirited defense that the Honorable Member for Damango has put up, I hear a number of arguments. And Mr. Speaker, my former student I am not. Mr. Speaker, my former student, he invoked the expressio unios es exclusio altarios dictum. And he then proceeded to my disappointment, to my utter dismay. He then proceeded to misapply the principle. The reason is very simple, Mr. Speaker. The principle of law is that in the construction of documents such as the Constitution, the National Constitution, the document must be read as a whole. You must interpret the document as a whole in order to be able to give effect to its letter and its spirit. Mr. Speaker, with respect to that particular issue, what the Honorable Member for Damango failed to do was to avert his mind to the fact that in Article 102 of the Constitution, or let me take him to Article 104. 104.1 provides that except as otherwise provided in this Constitution, and usually in the drafting of national constitutions, Mr. Speaker, because a constitution is not an advertiser's announcement, you cannot put everything in the clauses of the Constitution. So, as a matter of economy of drafting, you use expressions such as except as otherwise provided in this constitution, so that you don't become repetitive. Mr. Speaker, Article 102 provides for quorum, just as Article 104. Now, Article 102 provides for the normal quorum for the conduct of ordinary business of this House. And it says, yes, that distinction was correct. But the effect to which it has in respect of Mr. Speaker's decision is what is wrong. All right? Mr. Speaker, when you read 102, it says that our quorum is 1/3. But when it comes to 104, that is decision time. And Mr. Speaker, because it says except as otherwise provided in this constitution, and because they deal with the same subject matter, we cannot read Article 104 in isolation from 102. And that is the reason why. That is the reason why the point which has been made by the honourable member for Boku Central must be taken seriously. Because in providing for quorum, it says that apart from the person presiding, and Mr. Speaker, either the Speaker himself will preside, the first Deputy Speaker, the second Deputy Speaker, or in the absence of all three, a member. And that is why the Constitution provides, that does not say except apart from Mr. Speaker, it says apart from the member presiding. And so we must read apart from the member presiding into Article 104.1 for it to make sense. Because Article 104.1 is also a quorum provision, but it requires a higher threshold because it is a quorum provision dealing with decision. Mr. Speaker, in this house, every decision is taken by a vote.
Even determining quorum.
Every decision is taken by a vote, and it is either a voice vote,
Or a head count.
or a head count, or a ballot, or a division. Either way, when we are taking decisions, we engage in the process of voting to determine the outcome. Mr. Speaker, in those circumstances, I want to submit, just as the honourable member for Boku Central has said, that a person who is disqualified from voting cannot be counted for purposes of determining the quorum for that vote. Mr. Speaker, this is a fundamental rule of meetings. And Mr. Speaker, yesterday I watched you on TV, and you announced to this house, that you were being counted as a member of Parliament for Bekwai. We recognize you as such. But when you are in that chair, you cease to be a member of Parliament for Bekwai for purposes of the vote. When you are in this chair, and Mr. Speaker, the reason I'm saying this is that, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution provides expressly that you lose your original vote. That original vote is accorded to you because 1042, it is accorded to you in your capacity as the MP for Bekwai. If the Constitution takes away that original vote, the question is, how can you then, for satisfying the precondition for a decision, now be counted for purposes of the making of that decision? Ridiculous. Very ridiculous. And Mr. Speaker, part of the reason why your original vote has been taken away in your capacity as Mr. Speaker is simply because, in the wisdom of the makers of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker should not descend into the arena of conflict. Mr. Speaker should not be within the fray when decisions are being made. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Article 97, 1B of the Constitution, whenever a member of Parliament is elected Speaker of this House, that member of Parliament is made to step down and a by-election is held. We saw this happening. In the case of the Right Honorable Joe Ajaho, he had to step down. And the fundamental rationale is simple. It refers back to what I have said, that a speaker cannot be a referee and a player at the same time. That is the reason why, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion ably moved by the minority leader that he rescind the decision that was taken yesterday, because as the honorable member for Damongo said, if the decision taken on Friday was unconstitutional, if it was unlawful, if it was inappropriate, I will say that this is a gross undermining of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
You didn't quote 97. Oh, I quoted 97. How many? Yeah, Honorable Joe Gatti. Honorable Member for Chicago.
Mr. Speaker, like the honorable member who just spoke, who said he taught the honorable member who the people say is great. I also taught him. I also taught him. And Mr. Speaker, I want to put on record that today he has made me very proud. One of the things that teachers should admire is when their students excel. In fact, the man, I don't hesitate to say that what he has done today, he has shown me that I taught him well. I don't know about you. Mr. Speaker, in principle, Mr. Speaker, some of my younger friends like Honorable Mutala, they are looking for posts. Some of us, where we are going, we are not looking for any post anymore. Mr. Speaker, as was said, when you were shouting, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members, order. Shall we listen to the honorable member for the time?
Mr. Speaker, in Parliament, we joke with each other and so on. If mention your name is a worry to you, I apologize. I am wrong. But please, we are dealing with very serious constitutional issues, and I appreciate it if you keep quiet, like how everybody kept quiet when the former deputy attorney general. Unless, of course, you are afraid to hear what I've come to say because you go to rubbish. Mr. Speaker, I totally agree with Honorable Aine that the Constitution should be read as a whole. Mr. Speaker, if the Constitution, and there's no provision in the Constitution that is there for just being there sake. Mr. Speaker, if you read 102 and 104, you will see that the language is intentionally different. 102 says, and I know it has been read, but for the avoidance of doubt, let me read it again. Mr. Speaker, 102 says that a quorum for Parliament, apart from the president presiding, shall be 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. It is not. Mr. Speaker, 1/3 of the members of Parliament is less than 100. 1/3 of the members of Parliament is less than 100. So, Mr. Speaker, indeed, even taking you out,
taking you out, on that day, there were more than 96 members or 100 members in Parliament. So there was a quorum. That cannot be debated because we are supported by Article 102. The question of quorum has arisen in this House time and time again. And perhaps it's time we look at it when we start looking at our news. Some have argued. I've heard an argument that quorum is when we sign it. So, for example, I've heard an argument that the day before, 275 people signed it. So at every time, that quorum existed. I've heard an argument for somewhere. Mr. Speaker, the question of quorum is that, in my view, let him talk.
I haven't given him the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm so surprised because I have not even mentioned his name. I said I've heard arguments. Mr. Speaker, the question in some parliaments, there are not even enough chairs for the members of parliament. So the question is that there's a presumption that there's a quorum unless it is raised. There's a presumption that there's a quorum unless it is raised. Mr. Speaker, but the Speaker at any time, having regard to the facts available to him, may see that there is no quorum and there's no motive to take a decision that there is no quorum. So, for example, if the quorum to take a decision is 138 and there are only 137 people in the room, the Speaker must see that there are only 137 people and he must come to a conclusion that we don't have enough people to take a decision. Mr. Speaker, but as far as quorum is concerned, you are covered by Article 102. The next step is that now the meeting has started. The next step is that can we take a decision and who can take the decision? Can we take a decision and who can take the decision? Then we come comfortably to 104. And 104 does not talk about quorum. It says that 104.1, except as otherwise provided in this constitution, matters in Parliament shall be determined by the votes of the majority of members present and voting, with at least half of the members of Parliament present. So when you have a quorum of 1/3, when it comes to taking a decision, there must be at least half there. And the half that must be there, the majority must vote. Mr. Speaker, I don't even want to venture into the field of whether, as a Deputy Speaker, you had a vote or not, because you didn't vote. I don't want to venture into that. No. What is known is that out of the people who were present, 137 voted. And the majority of people who were here voted for the nobody voted against it. The records are clear. Mr. Speaker, we should not try and make, because of this situation, the Speaker, we should not make the Speaker equal to a Deputy Speaker. Honorable Babi, when he was second Deputy Speaker, when I was second Deputy Speaker, I remember once in the evening, I raised an issue, I gave a ruling. Mr. Speaker, you were there. Honorable Chairman was on the other side. Honorable Babi got up and said that the second Deputy Speaker is not the Speaker. They are different. And I agree with him. Because when you look at our standing orders and when you look at our rules, Mr. Speaker, you are a first Deputy Speaker. You are not the Speaker of Parliament. Indeed, what was read yesterday was that the Speaker was out of town. So for the purposes of his work in chamber, you step into his shoes. That was what was read yesterday. Our law is very clear, Mr. Speaker, as to your role. Our law is very clear as to what you can do. And Mr. Speaker, you did exactly what the Constitution allows you to do. Mr. Speaker, I agree that we are on some uncharted territory, but I want to remind all of us to be mindful of the provisions of our standing orders when we enter into such church. It says that except otherwise provided in these orders or the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, these orders shall not restrict the mode in which Parliament exercises and upholds its powers, privileges, and immunities. So indeed, anybody who is arguing that what Mr. Speaker did was wrong must show us the provision of the Constitution which do not allow him to do what he did. Mr. Speaker, the second and last thing I'll say before I take my seat is I refer all of us to order I refer all of us to Order 6. Mr. Speaker, and Order 6 says that in all cases not provided by these orders, Mr. Speaker shall make provisions as he deems fit. Mr. Speaker, what you did yesterday was constitutional. It was guided by the standing orders. Your ruling will stand the test of time. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, I urge you to stand firm. I urge you not to change your mind, because what you did, Mr. Speaker, is grounded in the Constitution, is grounded in the standing orders, is grounded in the practice of Parliament, and is grounded on previous precedent. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Do you know what you are going to say?
Mr. Speaker, the lawyers have spoken. And I've been arguing about students and professors. But Mr. Speaker, we are talking about standing orders. 3 things govern this House: the 1992 Constitution, the standing orders, and our practice. Nobody can take our practice, the precedents that we've set in this House, aside and make it look as if all of a sudden it doesn't exist. It does exist. And Mr. Speaker, without repeating most of the arguments, if, Mr. Speaker, anybody is making reference to Article 102, I just want all of us to start reading from Order 100. What is the heading there in the 1992 Constitution? The heading there is Procedure in Parliament. So it's talking about the whole processes that happens in Parliament. That is why you cannot be picking and choosing which one suits your argument and ignoring the others. Because, Mr. Speaker, when Article 102 talks about a quorum of Parliament, and 104 repeats that except otherwise provided in this Constitution, you cannot separate the two. Because in counting to get a quorum, because if there were 91 people in the chamber, and Speaker or First Lady Speaker, for that matter, who has become Speaker, is presiding, will you say there's quorum or there will be no quorum? You say there will be no quorum, because you cannot count him and add, even though he still remains the member for the quiet. Yes, you will not count him, because you will not have quorum. Why is it that when you count to 104, you want to add him? And listen to the text of 104. 104, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read. Except otherwise provided in this Constitution, matters in Parliament shall be determined by the vote of majority of members present and voting. It is joint. You have to be present and be able to vote. It is not separate. It is not present or who can vote. It says that present and voting, meaning that anybody who is present that has to be counted must be capable of voting. And Mr. Speaker, you know from our orders,
from the first Constitution.
Maybe from the first Constitution first. Order Article 110. With your permission, I read. That talks about the powers of Parliament to be able to make, to develop the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, so if the Constitution itself says that we will develop a standing order that will help us to run this House, and I read, subject to the provisions of the Constitution, Parliament may by standing orders regulate its own procedure. And Mr. Speaker, you come to Order 48, it is explicitly repeated the wording of 102 that exempts you from being counted as part of quorum. When we go to 109 of our standing orders, it exempts you from voting. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, Mr. Speaker, you came to meet me in this House. In this House, I'm your senior. But I've never had a privilege of climbing this stairs and sitting on that seat.
It is a privilege that we, as a house, have honored you. And the Constitution and the standing order says, anytime you have that honor, you should not vote. It is for a reason, to keep you neutral. And for that matter, when decisions are going to be made, you should not be part of that decision. Why is it that you want to be counted as part of the number to be considered in taking decision? When you are not supposed to be part of the decision, but you want to be counted as the number that includes or that paves way for a decision to be taken. Mr. Speaker, I overheard my colleague Honorable Jogate. Unfortunately, he stepped out, and he knows the rules of the house. When you finish speaking, Eskime will tell you, you don't walk out when others are speaking. So it will be good, Honorable Jogate, to be back. Mr. Speaker, I refer Honorable Jogate to Order 7 of our standing orders. He said, I'll come to 6. He said, the first deputy speaker is not the speaker. But listen to our standing orders. Our standing orders in Order 7. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read. Says the definition of speaker. Speaker or Mr. Speaker includes a member presiding at a sitting. So that's why in our house, anytime any of them are there, we still refer to them as Mr. Speaker. So for you, as Honorable Jogate, to say that he is not a speaker, he's only the first deputy speaker, our standing order says he is a speaker and he must be referred to as Mr. Speaker. And therefore, he's clothed with all the privileges. He's clothed with all the privileges of Mr. Speaker. But he cannot eat his cake and have it. Because he cannot take the privileges and clothed with the powers of Mr. Speaker, and yet doesn't want to shy away from the disadvantage of being Mr. Speaker. And for this instance, the worry for him is that he enjoys being called Mr. Speaker, but he wants to be part of the number to take a decision. He wants to be the referee, as one of my colleagues said, and player at the same time. Mr. Speaker, my colleague Honorable Jogate said, if Deputy Speaker is not the Speaker, can a Deputy Speaker overturn the decision of a Speaker? Can a lower court override the decision of a higher court? Well, let me now take him to Order 6, which he has quoted. Mr. Speaker, Order 6. Mr. Speaker, sorry, I take objection to him using his left. He's pointing to me with his left. Oh, sorry. He was not respect. He's started his left to me with the left. Speaker, now I'm referring to him with my left. I'm really very sorry.
Honorable members, order. Honorable member for Kenta. What is your objection? I try to avoid any more interjections, but what is it that is tilting you?
Mr. Speaker, we live in a country. Mr. Speaker, you shouldn't also be speaking. If he is a senior in this house, and that is what he wants to teach us, they will copy him. Mr. Speaker, he brought us together.
Honorable Samuel George, and kindly resume your seat. Honorable member for Tamale North, kindly resume your seat. Kindly resume your seat, please. Honorable leaders, I will not countenance.
Mr. Speaker,
yes, let me hear
that the Honorable Mutaka is my colleague and a very good friend. We worked together in the past. But today, Honorable Mutaka is continuously pointing at me with his left hand.
You're out of order.
In my culture, in this as well.
Honorable, you're out of order. Yes, can you continue? Yes, Speaker. Even though you rule it out, I'm not aspiring to be president. If I'm aspiring to be president, I apologize. I will point my left hand at you. I will keep pointing to you with my right hand. You know I'm left-handed, so sometimes I forget and I'll use my left hand. I'll be mindful. Even though you've been ruled out. Mr. Speaker, he quoted Order 6. Where the other, Mr. Speaker, I also want to repeat. In all cases not provided for in these orders, Mr. Speaker shall make provisions as he deems fit. Yes, in this case. So, Mr. Speaker, the main speaker himself used Order 6 to make rulings as he deemed fit. You said that he was wrong, and you came to do a kangaroo overturn yesterday, and you are now saying that the lower court that did the kangaroo overturn yesterday, he did not change his mind. What kind of inconsistency? Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, Mr. Speaker, I know Right Honorable Speaker Alban Babin is your senior at the back. And I also know Right Honorable Speaker Alban Babin is your far senior in this house. He gives you his back. I'm leaving. Take over. And you come and sit and say, Mr. Speaker was wrong. What he did was illegal. A lower court tried to turn the decision of a higher court. And that one for you. And when you finish, you come and say you are talking about cooperation. Eat your cake. I want to eat your cake and have it. Let's talk and dialogue. This country belongs to all of us. This country doesn't belong to one particular group. The country belongs to all of us. And all of us are very mindful. Very, very mindful. If this ship goes down, it goes down with all of us. We are not calling for the ship to go down. What we are saying is that be mindful of the concerns of the ordinary people. They are telling you that this budget is problematic. Mr. Speaker, my colleague Honorable Jogati had to issue a statement to correct an impression by this very body that a supposed sports stadium was about 90% complete. He issued a statement to say, no, the budget statement is inaccurate. And we are asking him to say, all those statements should be corrected. And you say you can't join us. You are being inconsistent with what you are demanding and what you are asking for now. So, Mr. Speaker, what the purported kangaroo overturned yesterday, Mr. Speaker, cannot be allowed to stay because those who are on the floor to take the decision were 137. And the vote and proceedings of today has clearly indicated that. Because, Mr. Speaker, by no imagination, is not supposed to form part of the decision making. Right, and therefore, he cannot. Yet on Friday, we were 274. 274 were in the house. I've heard people worry. We don't want the record to state that our budget was rejected. I want to burn all the hazard. I want to burn all the vote and proceedings. That is staying in the history of this country, whether you like it or not. But let's make amends so that we're able to move forward as one people. And we have made very constructive suggestions yesterday. All what is left is about ego. Put the ego aside. Let us all shift and meet in the middle so that we can get a budget that we can work on without much problem. So, Mr. Speaker, with this, I'm tempted. In fact, I'm tempted to correct my colleague, Honorable Abu Jinabo. When he was saying that when the Constitution is talking, the standing orders, they all talk about Speaker, Deputy Speakers.
Mr. Speaker, I'm referring to our standing orders 11. When the Speaker is not there and the two deputy speakers are not there, we are to elect among us the senior most to go and sit. When that person sits, if it is member of Aswasi, he loses the privileges of voting and being part of decision. Once you get elected to go and sit there, you lose those. So you cannot claim the privileges, and we don't want to go to suffer the consequences that goes with the privileges. All of us suffer that as members of parliament. We certainly don't have privacy, but we've elected to be members of parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, with this comment, I want the House to overwhelmingly reject the kangaroo overturned yesterday and let us go back to the drawing board and talk and get a proper budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the business about...
Leader, before you continue, honorable members, having regard to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours.
Mr. Speaker, the business about the motion that the minority leader has purportedly filed, which has no prior consent of the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is to the effect that the decision that was taken yesterday was supported by 137 members in the House and therefore should be considered a nullity. Mr. Speaker, since Friday up to yesterday, the position of my colleagues on the other side was that nothing bad had happened when they purportedly took a decision binding the entire House, which was supported by 137. Mr. Speaker, the hazard of that day, and you hear some spirited efforts to the effect that, oh, apart from the 137, there was one MP hiding somewhere in some corner. Today, you are saying that it's 274. Mr. Speaker, the hazard captures this.
I want to listen to him. Please, you must demonstrate that somebody has said something that is unacceptable or is against the rules. Otherwise, I'll not let you continue.
Mr. Speaker, this House is a House of record, and the debate currently is on a motion. At no point in time did our caucus say anywhere, and I say this with emphasis, that somebody was seated or hiding there. As a matter of fact, the Right Honourable Speaker asked 4 members, the clerk,
no member did not say somebody has said it here.
Why should he say that on the floor? This
honourable member, you're out of order.
What should he say on the floor?
Mr. Speaker, I alluded to spirited efforts. If the cap fits you, wear it. Mr. Speaker, I alluded to spirited efforts being made to the effect that there was one MP who was hiding somewhere. Today, we are hearing that the number in the House that supported it was 274. Mr. Speaker, the hazard captures that at the time of that decision, and they said the eyes, they recorded, eyes nail, nose 137, abstention nail. That is the hazard. Let nobody pretend. The Speaker, that is what has been captured in the hazard of the House. So, Mr. Speaker, nobody should attempt to throw dust into the eyes of the general public. Mr. Speaker, and then I hear one of our respected colleagues saying that the Speaker cannot be counted as one of us, much less to participate in the voting. Mr. Speaker, the Electoral Commissioner who supervises our elections is not barred by any law from voting, even though he declares the election. Because that was a position of the Honorable Dominic Aine. That was the position of Honorable Dominic Aine. And that's why I'm responding to him. But Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, the minority leader is also attributing a statement to me that I said the motion should be approved subject to some concessions. Mr. Speaker, I never on this floor said the motion must be approved subject to concessions. I never. And that is for the record. So the minority leader should not attribute anything to me that I did not say. You were somewhere and you might have heard something different, but certainly on the floor of this house.
Leader, hold on. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the leader must be factually accurate. Mr. Speaker, the vote on Friday is here. The 137 that is talking about is the vote on the division. It is not the vote on the budget. And there are two differences, and he knows between one vote and the other, anything can happen unless somebody call for a head count. And nobody did. But because you did for the division, that was why the one on division was done and recorded the 137. But the one on the budget, there was no any count to tell how many people were here. So, and you decided to run away from your own budget so that you will not be here to raise the issue of head count. So you know exactly how many people are. So get this right.
Mr. Speaker, I raised this very matter about the confusion in how the minister captured proceedings. And if he listened to me, if you are in the chamber, you would have realized the point that he's making. I made the same point, that that portion is inappropriately captured. It's sad that we're not here, so you want to bring us back. And that is why you should have been here. But Mr. Speaker, I've heard arguments about what obtains in the Constitution. And let me make a distinction. Mr. Speaker, you don't need to be a lawyer to understand this. You need to have common sense. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution in the very article that people have been talking about, Article 104, talks about the Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, 104 provides that 104.2 that they are quoting, the Speaker shall have neither an original nor a casting vote. The Speaker, I want to suggest that the Speaker mentioned here is not a Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Article 95 draws a distinction between a Speaker and a Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and 95 provides there shall be a Speaker of Parliament who shall be elected by members of Parliament from amongst persons who are members of Parliament who are qualified to be elected as members of Parliament. The Speaker shall vacate his post. The Speaker, when you come to 96, it deals with Deputy Speakers. There shall be 2 Deputy Speakers. Mr. Speaker, then 101 says, the Speaker shall preside, not a Speaker, the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, people should be well educated and informed before they make pronouncements. It is about the speaker and not a speaker. Mr. Speaker, so you come to 102, which provides that a quorum of parliament, apart from the person presiding, shall be 1/3 of all members of parliament. And then 104(2) goes on to provide that speaker shall have neither an original nor casting vote. Mr. Speaker, I want to suggest to my colleagues that speaker that's been mentioned is the speaker elected under the Constitution in Article 95, not a deputy speaker. Don't confuse the two. Don't misread and misinterpret the Constitution. This, Mr. Speaker, is the fine line of distinction. Mr. Speaker, he is a speaker, not the speaker.
Order, please. Order.
A deputy speaker is a speaker, not the speaker. That's the distinction. That is the distinction. And I thought people clothing themselves with professorial clothing would understand this basic thing. Mr. Speaker, so if you think anywhere the speaker is mentioned, it should have universal application to envelop the two deputy speakers. Then, Mr. Speaker, let's go to Article 95.5, which provides. 95.5 provides. Mr. Speaker, let me read. 95.5. The speaker shall receive such salary and allowances, and on his retirement, such retiring awards as to be determined in accordance with Article 71 of this Constitution. So that should include the deputy speakers. That should include the deputy speakers. That refers to the speaker. This, you can't even appreciate this. Mr. Speaker, so let's put that one aside. Because the two deputy speakers don't come under Article 95.5. It is about the speaker. That's the distinction that you should appreciate. Mr. Speaker, now let me go on to the issues raised by my colleague, the minority leader. Because he referred to Order 48. Mr. Speaker, it's already been argued that Order 48 refers to the normal business of doing this, the normal conduct of business in the House. And I'm happy that the Honorable Muntaka, the chief whip for the minority leader, says that apart from the Constitution and the standing orders, we should be guided by practice. And the practice is where Right Honorable Do Ajaho presiding made this distinction in this House, that the rule is that, and I quote him, and that is what was quoted by the Honorable Abu Jinapo, and I quote him, December 22nd, 2015, he says, the rule is that where the Constitution has made a provision for regulation of business of the House, they take precedence over any other. Indeed, the standing orders of this House. And he says, there is a quorum to do business, that is 1/3 of the House, and there is another quorum for taking a decision from Dojo. So he establishes that there are two sets of quorum. It's informative. If you are talking about practice in this House, refer to it. Why are you now wanting to depart from that? Mr. Speaker, so the Order 109, Order 109 that you are talking about, it provides, Mr. Speaker, Order 109, just to repeat, provides no question for decision in the House shall be proposed for determination unless there are present in the House not less than 1/2 of all the members of the House. Not less than 1/2 of all the members of the House. Mr. Speaker, the question then is, Mr. Speaker, I will continue, but the question then is a deputy minister, a deputy speaker presiding, is he a member? Does he lose his membership? He doesn't. He is a member of the House. So thereby satisfies Order 109(1). Mr. Speaker, this is commonplace logic. I'll read on. Mr. Speaker, but when the minority leader was making his point, I sat and listened to him. Why don't you want to have patience? Why don't you want to have patience?
Honorable leader, hold on, let me listen to you. Yes, leader, can I listen to you?
Mr. Speaker.
Kindly give me time, please, yes.
Mr. Speaker, yes, he heard me, but let him be reminded that when I quoted Order 51, you rose and quoted 52. Mr. Speaker, let him complete the reading of 1091. Complete it for the record. And then, complete it for the record, Mr. Speaker. Then you say, Speaker. Mr. Speaker includes a member presiding at a sitting. Don't set aside our standing orders. We are grossly misleading this house. So let him complete standing order 1091. Don't read it halfway. Read it in full for our purposes. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, no value addition. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is that the Deputy Speaker who mounts the chair does not cease to be a member of this house. That's the point. That's point number one. Now, number two, 1092 says that the Speaker shall have neither an original nor a casting vote. Right? The Speaker, that's appreciated. That is commonplace. And that is why the Speaker did not participate in the voting. That's the distinction that we are failing to appreciate. It's the distinction that we are failing to appreciate. Vote. He didn't need to vote. He added to the number to establish the fact that there were 138 members in the House. That is what we fail to appreciate because it's beyond you. Mr. Speaker, that is it. So, once you have the 138 members in the House, and for a particular matter, even 70 of the 138 vote for it, the motion is carried. I can't appreciate why people can't even understand this. Because it's beyond you. It's beyond you. You can't even appreciate this. Mr. Speaker, so that is the purpose. So, Mr. Speaker, I respectfully want to submit that all this exercise is an exercise in futility. It's a prodigal waste of the time of this House. And Mr. Speaker, I invite you to make a ruling on this matter to save this House further embarrassment. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Samuel Kujato. Very well. I thought you wanted to raise any legal issue, but other members, here's my ruling. I have not heard anything here today which was not discussed yesterday. All the arguments that have been made were practically the arguments and the issues raised and discussed contained in my ruling yesterday. A few matters, though, which I wish to clarify. First, it must be clear that a deputy speaker is not a speaker. Indeed, Article 96(1) Article 96(1) of the Constitution says, and I quote, there shall be 2 deputy speakers of parliament who shall be elected by members of parliament from among members of parliament. And to contrast that with Mr. Speaker is not a member of parliament. I am a member of parliament. The Honorable Second Deputy Speaker is a member of parliament, and our role is to assist the Speaker in managing this House. So any attempt Are you any attempt to read? I'm not member. If you don't keep quiet, I will be forced to ask you to leave. Any attempt to read and interpret the constitution of Mr. Speaker to include the deputy speakers is a misreading and a misapplication of the constitution. But when Mr. Speaker is not available, either of us will preside on the House. So can any other member, if necessary. Any other member can be elected by the House to preside. That member does not lose his right to be a member of the House. That is what our standing orders say. Honourable members, when it comes to the question of voting, it is very clear. Any time any of the deputy speakers or any other member elected to preside is in the chair, that member does not vote. That has never been in dispute. Anytime a member is presiding, either a deputy speaker or a member who by necessity is elected from among members to preside, that person does not vote. He's debating. We are debating. Who was that? Shut up! You should shut up, brother. Who was that? Can the messenger find that person and walk him out? Manu, we are ruling. Manu, we are ruling. Hey, Manu, we are ruling. Hey, Farouk, please. Everybody sit down. Sit down, sit down. Let us Speaker, rule quickly, rule quickly. Enough members, I'll continue with the ruling. The debate on Article 102 and 104 has been made, and it is not new. I was here on this side of the House when the matter relating to Abu Janapo referred to and repeated by the Speaker was made. The first ruling was made by Honorable Martin Odro, the then First Deputy Speaker. It's related to the Bank of Ghana Act, which we had ruled, we had voted. The members in the minority were more than the members in the majority. But when you add the two together, it did not add to 1/2 of the members. And so the presiding deputy speaker then said that vote is invalid. Those on the minority challenged it. But when Mr. Speaker, Honorable Doajaho came, he explained that, and he referred to the constitutional provision to justify that unless 50% or more were in the House, the vote was invalid. That has been stated and over again. But members refer to, the applicants refer to Article 104 and say that unless otherwise provided. Yes, let's go to Article 104. Article 104, it says voting in Parliament. It should be differentiated from 102, which says quorum in Parliament. 102 says quorum in Parliament. 104 says voting in Parliament. And that is the interpretation given by the Honorable Doajaho, Right Honorable Doajaho. So the clear distinction has been set out and it is on record in this House. Again, when members argue that otherwise provided in the Constitution, it is clear that it is provided for in Article 2912, where it is required that a decision be made by 2/3 of members. It doesn't mean that we should go to a quorum for. So, honorable members, let me put on record that I am a member of parliament. I was counted
because
with
there's
the
a
quorum
motion
and
that was suspended in this house.
But
what are you doing? You don't rule on it. We have to take a decision.
I did not go
Tell me in the standing of the what is
therefore the application.
He cannot
the
rule.
request, the
He cannot rule on
application
the motion. That is before the house. No. How can he rule on the motion? He cannot rule on the motion before the house. How can he rule? So as the standing of the
Honourable members, sitting is suspended for 1 hour.
You are not a speaker. You are not a speaker. You are not a
anymore. What is this?
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
I can give a brief explanation.
Right.
So the first one is the circle of life. That's the big circle with the black paint.
The one, okay.
Yeah. And we call it Dikenga. Dikenga.
Dikenga.
Dikenga is from Bakongo.
Okay.
Yeah. And there's a big circle, and you realize that there are other 4 small circles. And Dikenga means the cycle of life. So you realize that the 4 circles there, is talking about 4 phases or stages of life.
Okay.
So the first one, the one on your right, talks about sunrise, which means that when you are giving birth to or when you come on earth as a newborn baby. And the second one talks about noon, and that's when you become an adult.
Okay.
And the third one talks about sunset. That's when you get to your old age.
Your peak.
Yeah. And the last one talks about midnight. That is where after leaving on earth, that's where you enter the underworld or when you die as a human. So that is the meaning of the...
So from the time you're born to the time you die.
Yeah, so that's the cycle of life.
Right.
So we decided to use these particular animals, that the tortoise and the crocodile and the fish in the mouth. Can you see a fish in the mouth of the crocodile?
Oh yeah.
So this represents certain personalities as humans. Throughout our cycle of life, we, in one way or the other, tend to put on certain personalities or characters. You realize that the tortoise and the crocodile, they both have different personalities. The tortoise is very aggressive compared to that of the crocodile is very aggressive compared to that of a tortoise. So you realize that the tortoise, when you attack it, it will just crawl back into its shell without retaliating, but you can't do the same thing a crocodile.
Okay.
And you realize that there's a fish in the mouth of a crocodile that has a story too behind it.
Okay.
And there's a proverb in Akan that says that, say,
okay.
so you realize that the fish finds itself in the mouth of the crocodile.
Right.
And we are using this to relate to the different personalities as humans. So as you go through the cycle of life, there are certain times that some people are very calm, others are aggressive, they fight for, or they go in for what they want in life or what they desire in life. Yeah.
Okay. Right. So that's it for the story of the goats and then the
cycle of
4
life.
phases, the cycle of life.
Yeah.
What's next?
So we have...
I don't know what to call them, planks or wood or what are they called?
They are made of different materials. You can see wood, you can see metals there. And we have some brass sculptures on top of them that tells about a story.
So each of them have different components on top of them?
Yeah, when you get close, you realize that many activities are happening. And this particular section of the museum talks about the work life of the people of Adan, or the economic activities here in Adan.
Okay.
You realize that the people of Adan are mostly into farming and fishing. So we have used this sculpture to tell
their story.
The story. So when you come here, you realize that there are sections of how they fish, the commodities that are found in their market, that is fishing. Because when they go to the seashore to get their fishes or harvest their fishes, they have to bring it to the market. So there's a story that have been created using these sculptures.
Okay. And do you have an idea who molded these?
Okay, since we have a creative director here, that is Kwame Kotobanfo, he has under them artists, which I'm one of them. So we have in-house artists that produce all these works found in the museum.
Right. Okay, so where's the next stop?
We are heading to the studio that produces most of the artworks here in the museum. So welcome to the Ostramba studio. As I was saying earlier, studio.
Okay.
So this is the studio that feeds the museum with all the artwork here. So here are the artists.
Some of the artists.
Yeah, that's work.
So this is where you do your sculptures.
Yeah, this is where we do the sculptures.
I'd like to speak to one of them.
Okay.
Okay, so we are speaking to the gentleman who is part of the artist who starts the whole sculpture molding process. His name is Mauli. How are you, boss?
I'm good.
Okay. What are you working on right now?
This bust, a short bust.
Okay. Does it have any significance or?
They're supposed to look like someone posing a daunting look on a slaver.
Okay. Okay.
And so he's supposed to look like someone who has been captured and maltreated. And so the expression is supposed to suggest something towards that end.
I see. And how long does it take you typically to do something like this?
Professionally, we are supposed to take up to between 4 and 6 months.
For one bus?
To do something like this.
Okay.
That's because we want it professionally made with a lot of details.
I'm not talking about the entire thing, just the molding stage.
Yes, just
6
the molding.
months.
Yes.
Wow, that's a long time.
Yes, just the molding.
Okay.
But then because of the nature of what we are doing, and then working with Kwame, who likes to push us a lot, so
you go beyond
we have
the
to
6 months.
we have to increase our speed.
Okay.
And so this one, for instance, started on Monday.
Wow.
Yes.
And you're already at this
already,
stage.
yes.
That's nice.
And coupled with the fact that I don't spend a lot of time on it, and so maybe I'll just work on it 4 hours and then I'll move to something else.
Okay. And how long have you been sculpting for?
I've been working with clay since childhood.
Okay. But you were designing pestles and mortar.
Yes, I used to design. I was into cars back then, and so I used to do clay models of cars. Yes.
Okay.
And then I remember when I was in kindergarten. That was when I was doing the cars. Okay, but then.
Kindergarten?
Yeah, kindergarten.
You started at a very early age.
Yes.
Okay.
The school I was at, they had this imported clay, colored clays, and so they made it fun.
Okay. So when you are sculpting something like this, do you have something you look on, or it's just from your mind?
When we are working on pieces like these, it's 3 ways.
Okay.
Either we have a model, and then if the model is unable to sit up with us, we just take images of the model. And so we start with the model, but then we end with the images of the model.
Oh, okay.
That's the other way. And then the third one is just using images.
Oh, I see.
And then sometimes this is a generic piece. And so a generic piece means that how you understand the human anatomy. And then the looking at people, I'm interacting with a lot of people, the number of faces that you've been able to record of head. And so when you sit behind to work on pieces like this, how you're able to recollect some of these informations. That's what we put on display. And so this is a generic piece. It's partly from memory and then partly from reference.
What has your experience here at the Nchinchi Museum been like?
It's interesting.
Okay.
And it's fun. Naturally, I like environments like this, and so coming here and then working under these environments, it's stressful, but then it's enjoyable. Yes.
Okay. Even the pieces you get to work on, I mean, having to sculpt people in pain and all of that, what's the experience like? Does it give you any unique
yes, naturally, when I'm working on pieces like this, I'm rather immersed in the process. And so I don't get to, the feeling I have with the piece is rather the transference of whatever I'm feeling
in there.
Exactly. And so that's what happens within the process. But then the actual feeling of the whole piece comes to life when I'm done with it and then it's already in the space.
Okay.
And so that's when I'm able to have some connections with it. But then in the process, the only connection I feel is what I transfer.
I'm sure you've designed hundreds of pieces since you were a child, since you started at,
yes,
kindergarten. So, since you came here in Chinchim, how many moldings or how many sculptures would you say you've done so far?
That's an interesting one.
An estimate. Maybe it's a lot, but 20, 30, 50.
The nature of what we do over here, one, it doesn't allow us to keep record of how many pieces an individual person is doing, because a lot of the times we are interchanging responsibilities, and so sometimes, for instance, yesterday I just spent 2 hours on it, and then Kwame took over.
Okay.
So when it happens that way, it's more of a collaborative thing than an individual piece.
All right, thank you, Molly, for speaking with us, and all the best in finishing up your piece. So we are moving to the next person, to the next stage of sculpting, and we'll be speaking to Williams. How long have you been here for?
Oh, I came here August, and then I'm here to do my attachments, and then it was supposed to last for 2 months. But after the attachment, I was supposed to go actually, but I decided to stay around and then learn some more.
Where did you come from?
I'm from Accra, Kaswa.
Okay. I mean, which institution?
Takoradi University.
Oh, okay. So you came here for like training or practicals or internship?
It's actually internship, which will last for 2 months, from August, and this August, September, yeah.
I see. So what have you been doing since you got here?
Talking of that, I've done a lot, but the basic ones, I think I support cleaning, yeah, and then I don't only assist them on sculpture works, but I also help them to put up structures to keep the place clean, and then make sure that the place is organized, and as well as also come to the studio and then, of course, work.
Okay, so what are you working on?
I'm working on a piece that I'm supposed to cast, and then after they are done with the head, they'll bring it to me, and then I'll cast it. I'll take the mold actually, sorry.
Okay.
And then I'll use, what I use is the silicone, right?
I think you're going a bit fast.
Okay.
So what does the process entail? You start by molding the clay.
And then after molding, right? Let's say it's a head that you are doing. So after molding the head, which is actually there, it will be brought here for me to use silicone.
Okay.
Right, to pick the mold.
Okay.
Of it. So I'm going to use to cover the face. That means the front and the back will be covered with the silicone.
Okay.
After that, I will send it there for them to also use cement or POP, right, to also cover it, so that
to cover the silicone.
To cover the silicone
on the clay.
Yeah. So that.
But what does this process do? What does the silicone do?
Okay, the silicone actually is used to pick the exact, content in the clay. So if there's a face that is closed or the eyes are closed, the silicone will pick everything, every detailed part of the image or of the face. Basically, that's what the silicone does.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then after that, you send it to the next stage, which is what?
He will be doing the casting, right? So he will cover the front and back with cement. Yeah.
And then after that,
when
it's ready.
When it's dried, it will be split apart. Okay. And then inside it, we are going to either pour cement, which we pour it inside the silicone.
Okay.
So we'll let it dry, and then we'll pick it out, because this surface is flexible, right? So when we pick it out, then we are going to do the same to the back too. So we are going to join them.
The cement from both
join them.
And that's what he does.
Yeah, that's what he does, the joining, and the cement work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And how has your experience here been like since you started working?
It has been educative. I learned more, and it's not only about sculpture. You'll be taught history, in terms of Black history. Yeah, and then basically you learn more. It's not only about sculpture that I learned here. I learned more about time management too, and I think it's very important as an artist to know how to manage your time. So there are basic things that I was able to learn, and I was taught some of the things that when I go to school I wouldn't be taught.
How challenging is it here?
Well, basically I will start from the experience because you haven't had such exposure. Sorry. Yeah. So first of all, it's a challenge to you. So are you going to be open up to the task and do it, or you're just going to give up? Which I chose not to. Though I'm done with my attachment, I decided to stay to get more knowledge. That's my decision. So you have to accept every challenges that comes. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for speaking to us. And we are still exploring the sculpting process. We are at the last stage, and we have me. He is the one who completes the whole process. How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay. How long have you been doing this?
Quite 11 years this.
11 years?
Yeah. Started working with Mr. Kwame Akutubanfo. I started training with him, so...
Oh, I see. Okay. And what does this... let me ask, how is this stage called, or what is it called?
This stage is called detailing. It's a finishing process, that's the casting and the detailing of its parts.
Okay. Okay. And how long does it take for you to do that?
Personally, like the cast takes like 2 days to be cured because it's cement.
To be cured?
Yeah.
What else?
To cure very well, like the cement cast. So it takes like 2 days when you cast it in the mold. I think in the mold that is doing preparing over there. So it will take like 2 days for it to be well cured before you can take it off and join it. To get to this stage before you come with the finishing processes, or so at least it can even take like 3 days or 4 days to finish everything up.
Okay. And here, what do you do?
Here it's like the processes of it all ends here. So it's like it's the finishing stage, and this is where we want to get the projects to. So it's like the starting. This is the kind of material that we need to finish the particular piece.
So which materials do you use?
We use cement, we use white glue to do all the finishing touches.
So you mix, it's a mixture of cement and
it's a mixture of white glue, like something like this. All forms of different shades, like we have different techniques. So it depends on the kind of model. Like if I see the kind of model, I know what hairstyle or any detailing that I'll give. So all depends on the material. So something like this, I'll have to bring in white glue to do the finishing of it. Some too, I can just use only just cement to finish it.
And I see a woman opening her mouth.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay, what is it supposed to signify?
It's like it's a pain.
She's in pain, yeah. Agony. Okay. Right. All right. So thank you for speaking to us. That is the last stage of sculpting. It's getting interesting, but there's still a lot more to explore. Right about now, though, we want to have a little conversation with the owner of the place, Kwame Akutubanfo, after which we'll continue with our tour. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Chinchin is an Edinkra symbol of the same name, and it signifies our journey as an African people. So it's Akan, and coming from Akan traditions, that's what I could relate to, considering the narrative that I wanted to use our art to tell. Well, I did set out to give a much more panoramic view or panoramic narrative of our African heritage, and in Chinchin just does it. It's about twists and turns, it's about adaptability, and it's about evolution across time, and that is for me the best symbol to signify what this installation, my installation, and what this museum represents. That's about 11 years now, but we've only been here in this space for 4.5 years. The concept itself was conceived somewhere around 2006, after my first degree at KNUST. But I only started creating the first sculptures for it 11 years ago. It came as an idea. For every creative, you have an idea, and then you learn how to refine it over the years. So for example, I was more of a creative then, and I had very little experience in museum organization or even running my own studio. But I had to start something. So part of it has been a learning process. I had to take a few courses, or maybe work with a few institutions to gain more experience to be able to run this on my own. Bachelor of Fine Arts and then Master of Fine Arts from the same institution. Both my undergraduate graduation projects and then my master's research was into multidisciplinary eclecticism.
Okay.
So basically, as an artist, I do everything. From animation to stone carving to writing to sculpting and painting, whatever and then creative directing. Whatever the media I'm able to, I try to choose the best medium of expression. But over the years, there's this part of sculpture that I feel appeals to the African story and then the African people, and to making the art and then the history and the narrative very accessible. And that's how come I use sculptures more. What our purpose has been and how it has evolved over the years. So what has made up our life and our purpose as a people. African enslavement, as we feel it now, the Middle Passage, transatlantic slave trade, the Arabic slave trades, are relatively much more smaller, but it is one of the most impactful, especially in the negative sense, and the ones closest to our time. It is one of the major phenomena that is affecting our life now as Africans. Now as being considered people with black skin, and certain people choosing to see themselves as better off than Africans. It's been difficult, but it's certainly getting better. It's been difficult because various sections of this project have been attempted by various people in Ghana and all over the world, but the way in which we are putting it together is a bit unique, and thus at the beginning it made it difficult for people to really understand what exactly that we were doing. People thought it was all about African enslavement, which it is not. And Secondly, some of the subject matter which I decide to stress on or emphasize have automatically made it difficult for some people to feel comfortable sponsoring what we are doing. So in that sense, it becomes difficult and challenging. But we've also had, whilst we haven't always had financial support, we've also had non-financial support and encouragement from various people and institutions. I work with people who are genuinely interested in having us tell our story without trying to be the deciders of how the narrative should go. I work with people who are used to the very idea of academic dialogues, having black people tell their own stories. And in the spirit of academia and research, it's about human relationship and who is nice to you and who is not. So usually I won't go in with the idea that this person is a descendant of a slave master, as long as we are treating each other as normal human beings. So usually it hasn't been most of what will be considered negative has been a bit more remote, because I've been lucky to mostly work with academics who are aware of the current dialogue on racism, various tropes surrounding African narratives and the telling of African narratives. Number one is a very spiritual journey. Number two is very nuanced. And so there is a healing process, which is one of the major reasons for doing this, apart from just telling our story, is to try and have a healing process so that the smallest section or the bad nuts in our history doesn't spoil the whole of our history. And so one of the key moments is realizing that different people are in different stages of healing and freeing themselves from the legacies of African enslavement. It comes with a realization that your peacefulness within your soul, a realization that your culture and your history is not devilish, and acknowledging or venerating your ancestors is not going to lead you to hell. That is there are a lot of people who are living their lives to get to a better afterlife. And this journey of them getting to a better afterlife has been polluted by the thoughts that everything African is negative and nothing positive is going to come from our culture. And we are having a lot of people who are going outside of the continent for pilgrimages. For those of us who've had or who are continuing to get the spiritual healing, we have now found that peace that we think we will get from going outside the continent on a pilgrimage to get. We are now beginning to get that healing within yourself and then on the continent from the very way of life that your ancestors lived. It has everything to do with religion, and then also it doesn't. Christianity especially has always been on the continent. Only if you're looking at the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, only the kind that was pushed to the enslaved and then the colonized was a bit different. So yeah, in that context, it does have something to do with religion. But
there are those who just learn and practice the ways of their ancestors without necessarily tagging themselves as traditionalists. I'm speaking from the experience of Ghanaians who really mostly have three religions. So we have two Abrahamic religions, and then the traditional religion, so Islam, Christianity, and then our own traditional religion. Yeah. And then again, it also has everything to do with religion when you realize that most of the people who were able to free themselves from enslavement and colonization first had to decolonize their minds and their religions. So if you're looking at the Haitian Revolution, it was deeply connected to the religion. So like people who didn't believe that the colonial masters or their enslavers were the epitome of holiness. So there's a section dedicated to the enslaved, and by the time you go around, you realize that there are other sections dedicated to healing and the rest of our journey, and then dedicated to the self. For example, when you start interacting with the mirrors that we have at the end of the installation, you realize it's pointing to your relationship within history, your place within history, and how you matter, and you are a key element in the Nchinchim journey. Yeah. So the ones with the heads, those are specifically dedicated to the memory of our enslaved ancestors, and we have a few of them, like the ones you find in the US, which, even though they are full-bodied sculptures, are also dedicated to the memory of African enslavement. And then there are other sculptures that you will find which are on our heritage and not necessarily got to do anything with African enslavement. Like the monuments at the entrance are also part of the museum and within the space, but they are not necessarily about African enslavement. Ghanaian African heritage, using Ghanaian African heritage because we are tracing a history that goes beyond when country boundaries or artificial boundaries were created for us. So we are tracing migrations and people and philosophical concepts, which precedes the ideas of countries and Anglophones and Francophones, and regrouping ourselves according to the language of colonial masters. Well, the first revelation, which is the largest, I may not be able to give a second one, is the fact that you don't know it all and then you can't do it all. And there's always somebody who knows more about some of these things or these phenomena and then the history and the heritage than you. So that is I think that's the biggest. I'll probably wrap the two into one, and that is why we invite other scholars to contribute and then to guide where this is going. And then we also invite historians from various traditional homes to also contribute. I always say that it's not my story, it is our story. And so being inclusive to all kinds of Africans, whether they've been to formal school, formal Western style school, or they've been trained traditionally, we have created a system that welcomes all kinds of creatives and people who want to express. So one typical event that we have created for the specific reason of making sure that everybody's voice is expressed is Nchinchimza Festival. Okay. So it's a creative communal labor, and we've had people from as far as New Mexico to the Caribbeans, to as close as Ada and Vume and Togo and Nigeria coming into the space learning what they don't know and then contributing what they know and what we don't know to be able to, create this and make this our thing. My favorite collaborator is Efosela AJ.
Okay.
Or should I say Dr. Efosela AJ. He's a Ghanaian artist, philosopher, and then educator. He's currently at the National Film and Television Institute, NAFTI. He's also an independent researcher. I've also had a lot of both training and exchange of knowledge from Dr. Obadele Kamon, currently with African Studies, my good friend Michael Morant from the Bianchi Library for Rare Manuscripts, Yale University. And then I've had Mary Yabua. Mary Yabua is currently at Queen, Chicago. And she also helps with all sorts of organizations and all sorts of things, whilst doing her own personal journey on African, the life of Africans in the US. And then I can never forget Danny Danson, who is currently one of the curators and directors at Dusable Museum, Chicago.
Okay.
Who I've also worked with ever since we met in 2016-2017 when he was a Fulbright scholar. And we organized a really huge exhibition at the Cape Coast Castle.
Okay.
So there are various scholars, various not only talented but masters of their fields who are contributing to this. And the people I've mentioned, we are black people and then white people as well. Yes, I have. I definitely have a better understanding of how neocolonialism worked and is still working. And we are hoping that part of the healing that this project provides is educating and emancipating our Africans as well as our oppressors on how this is working and how we need to stop it. The viewers cannot see, but when I look straight at our camera people, everything that they are wearing was not made in Ghana. So that is dollars, that is not coming into Ghana now. And I have also bought into that, while I was growing up. We have used clothing that are brought in, we have electronic waste that are brought in. We have an influx of products that can be manufactured here, but we have had various African countries being sanctioned if they decide not to bring in certain waste products and then maybe not buy what we call certain used clothing. Ghana's not on PayPal, so we can have European markets having access to us. For you to be able to sell your homemade products, you will have to go outside Ghana, have a US European account before you are allowed on Amazon, so there are so many of these that I can mention. Even the way we judge our own, if you don't speak a certain class of English, you are not intelligent enough. You will have to speak oblivious of the fact that it is not your first language. So the master's language has become the standard, and not only are not judging you based on the language, they are judging your very intelligence based on how articulate you are. And not everybody, you can be as intelligent and not articulate in somebody else's language. And when I came here to Ada, if I'm speaking Cree, I can speak very intelligently. If I'm speaking Ga, if I'm speaking Dangbe or Ewe, I speak like a child. So that's every time to an other person or to another person, no matter the education that I have, whenever I'm speaking, the words are coming out one at a time. We provide what we can. We are training people in agriculture. We are training people in facility management. We have an apprenticeship system here. So people from different levels are still able to come and learn. Whilst they've not been to the university, so we're teaching certain subjects in local languages. As you go through the back, you see different girls learning hospitality and catering. We do poultry and fish farming. So other practical skills aside of the arts that they will find useful as everyday Ghanaians who don't have access to elite artistic or creative spaces. They will still have something to do with their daily. Internship is all over the world, but that is not the impact for me. The impact is when it changes the livelihood of an African and when it's able to keep pressure on racial injustice. I see it at the end of the tunnel. I see it's a journey. A lot of the students we've had here and tourists, because we've had people who come for educational tours and for pilgrimages, we've been able to reach people spiritually. We've had various pilgrimages that is done here. Pilgrimages that previously would have been done outside of the continent are being made here to pay homage to our ancestral enslaved ancestral site. Our work is to change the mindset of the African and let him or her feel the impact of the mindset that has been changed. So our work is to educate. We had our youth outreach program before we came here. We've been as far as the Volta region. We've been to Ada, we've been to certain schools in Ghana. Basically schools that will not have had access to PhD teachers and high standard artists or professionals to be able to learn from. So we're taking my friends, my colleagues, part of our staff. We have people with high degrees and PhDs. We're taking all of them into these spaces and we are letting them impact on the pupils and the students. That was before we had our space, so we were touring around, going to various schools. And now that we have our space, pre-pandemic we had buses of schools coming here. And then even outside Ghana, we had people, me working as a study abroad professor for certain institutions outside Ghana. Yeah. So we are in a dialogue with certain people at GES to be able to extend the reach so that a lot of people benefit from what we have to teach and tell. Well, I have a few sculptures coming bound for the US again next year. But I'm also excited about our new history wall that we unveiled this year that is showing the art of our generation, the art of our now generation. You will see we just started to cover the protest in Nigeria and then the protest in the US as well. Considering that it's a 100-meter wall and about 15 feet high, it's still relatively small, but we are excited that we are connecting the history of now to the past, and people will now see, as I've tried to explain to you, the impact of the past on the present. It would take you to share what you want to be healed about. One of the things that I talk about when it comes to healing is for the ill him or his or his, himself or herself to be part of the healing process.
Okay.
And as you come, we dialogue with you and then we find out what you need healing in, and we help you to embark on that journey, whether it's healing physically or spiritually. And as you said, spiritually, and what exactly in the spirit which you want to heal from. We'll do all the best that we can to help you embark on that journey. We are a syncretic society, so we have Muslims and we have Christians and we have traditionalists. So depending on what appeals to you, as long as it has got to do with your African heritage, to point you in the correct path, as best to our knowledge as we know, then we can help you on that journey.
Gideon tells us we still have a long journey ahead of us. There's
not
still a
really,
lot.
not really long, but we can still manage it.
Okay, so where are we going to now?
So right now we are heading towards the ancestral veneration grounds where we have the main Nchimchim installation, a place that has been dedicated to pay homage to our ancestors.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. And that's the main installation here.
In the museum.
So then let's get to it.
So welcome to the ancestral veneration grounds where we are paying homage to our ancestors. So this is what we call the Nchimchim installation.
And what do we have here? Those are a lot of human sculpted heads all over the place.
Yeah.
And then there are the clay items. What are they too?
These are fired clay. We call it clay or terracotta. That's the art term for it, terracotta.
Okay.
That's the traditional ones, and we have the modern ones made of cement.
So these are also sculptures.
Yeah.
But smaller
ones, and they are in clay, fired clay, called terracotta.
I see. So these ones are left like that. No cement is added.
No.
But you sculpt them too.
Like we sculpt them, and this is the traditional way of making heads in the Akan tradition. Yeah.
And some of them are black. Is there any reason?
No, we fire them in a kiln or we bake them so
they become black.
Yeah, some of them got that color.
Okay, so these heads, what do they represent?
So these are what we call insudie or insiswo. In the Akan and in the Akan tradition, when someone dies, they will make one of these insudie and put it on the grave of the person. And currently, when you go to our various cemeteries, we have the modern ones that are made of cement or sprayed. So many years ago, in the Akan setting, this is what they will use to pay the last respect or pay homage to a dead person. So this is the traditional form here. And on our left, we have that of the cement one.
So it's the same thing, just the cemented form.
Yeah, the same thing.
So these bigger ones are also called insudie.
No, these are made, it's insudie, but we are using modern materials to talk about the same thing. And that's what inspired my boss to create these heads.
Okay.
So these are
the smaller ones inspired him to create
the bigger ones. And we use modern materials and modern techniques of making sculpture to produce this one. But basically, this is what inspired him to create these sculptures.
So I see different faces with different expressions. This one for instance has a blindfold. Like what do they represent? Why do they have these expressions on their faces?
So this particular area of the museum is dedicated to pay homage to our ancestors that were involved in the transatlantic slave trade. Our ancestors who were enslaved and taken from the shores of Africa. So these heads are to pay homage to our ancestors. So these particular ones found in the water is dedicated to those of our ancestors who were drowned in the ocean when they were being transported out of Africa.
Those who tried to escape, or those who were thrown into the water?
Some were thrown into the water. Some also tried to escape the brutalities and the atrocities that they were facing in during their journey. So this particular section of the installation is dedicated to that narrative.
There are children also involved, so it's adults, grown and children. It's a mixture of things.
Yeah.
The water here, is it like rainwater? You actually pour water?
It's a combination of the two.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's always in water?
Yeah.
Okay. And then this side, I see something like a graveyard.
Yeah. So here is a Chichim installation, as I said earlier, and we have about 1,005 heads over here.
This part?
Yeah, 1,005 heads over here, and the clay ones that are there in Sudan also close to 1,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So these are the faces of our ancestors who found themselves in the transatlantic slave trade.
Okay. They are imitated faces, right?
Yeah.
Like from Kwame's own idea.
Yeah. So these are role models or human beings that were modeled in our studio. And Kwame believes that perchance one of our ancestors or great-great-grandfathers or grandmothers were parts of the enslaved. So when you come to our studio and we model you, we believe that you are representing one of your ancestors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so these are real faces that have passed through our studio or our museum, and we've sculpted them.
I see. Since when?
This project started about 10 years ago. So he has been
for
evolving.
10 years,
He's been able to create different faces from all walks of life.
But is it that these people make the expressions, or he just looks at their faces and models different expressions in their faces?
Because of the narrative that we are talking about, that is the pain and the brutalities that our ancestors went through, they had to go with this particular expression. You realize that all the expression on these faces are that of a sad face, those who are in pain.
So aside tourists coming here to learn about history and all about the slave trade and everything, what else is this place used for? What else happens here?
So this place has been dedicated to pay respect to our ancestors. We know their story although, but it's not really taught in most of the histories that we find around the world. So this place is to add to the history of what happened so many years ago. To realize that the first ship that left the borders or shores of Ghana took place about 400 years ago. So that's why we have these 4 poles over here. That signifies 400 years that slavery started here. Yeah, that is early. These four poles. Yeah, that's what has been documented. But even before that, the Portuguese came here during the early 1500s. So we have another pole here that makes it 500 years.
Oh, okay.
So the 400 years is what has been documented, but before that, it was happening. Yeah. So this place is dedicated to pay respect to our ancestors, as I said earlier on.
And is libation or anything poured here?
Well, in the African belief, anytime that we want to honor our ancestors, libation is poured. So in August every year, we hold a program and we invite people from all walks of life, and we receive chiefs from Adan and surrounding neighbors. They come here, they come and perform their traditional rituals, and they do also pour libation to pay respect or homage to our ancestors.
And I see some pots beside the poles. Do those have unique significance?
Okay, for the pots, earlier on I was saying that in Sudan, the clay works are used to pay respect to our dead relatives. So in the Akan tradition, when a man dies and leaves behind a wife and some children, what they do is they will cut the fingernails of the wife and the children, and also cut the hair, shave all the hair of the wife and the children, and they will put it in a pot and put it on the graveyard of the man. And currently what we have is the flowers that we put on tombs. That was what traditionally Akans were doing. So this is to say that part, of the history. Because
the last bit is the, I don't know what to call them, the stands in front there.
These ones?
In front of the big baobab.
So these are all traditional art forms that are used to educate us Africans and all people from other parts of the world about the values that we have here in our culture. So we're trying to combine both traditional artwork and contemporary ones. So these are most artworks that can be found in and around Africa.
Okay, so that's it for the Inchinchim installation. Very symbolic, spiritual elements in here. And we've had the chance to see it because Kwame and Gideon took us round to have a feel of the place. So what's next for us?
So now we are heading out of the ancestral veneration grounds. We'll be exiting the main museum, but there are some few artworks that we can see before we finish our tour. So now we'll be heading towards the healing section of the museum. Yeah.
So we are getting to the end of our tour.
Yeah.
But I see some symbols around here.
Okay.
What does this section?
So this section talks about rebirth or healing. And as you know, Africans right from beginning of history, we have suffered a lot of things, right from slavery to colonization, and even up to now we're still fighting many battles. So this section of the museum, it's talking about rebirth, healing from what has taken place over the years. So we have some fertility artworks here that we call Akuaba.
Okay.
And you know what Akuaba means. In the Akan tradition, Akuaba is used when someone wants to conceive. Yeah, so this fertility yeah. So we are heading towards the exit of the Inchinchim Museum. Yeah.
What are the mirrors in the museum?
So after going through your tour, you come and learn about the values of Africa, our culture and heritage, our history. After getting this knowledge, we believe that now you have fair knowledge about where we've come from as Africans and where we are as Africans and where we are heading towards.
So it's for reflection.
Reflections.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. This is how we end our tour today. It's been a very, very enlightening experience, and we did this with Gideon. Gideon, thank you so much for taking us around the place. Earlier we spoke to the brain behind this facility. It's very monumental. You need to experience this place for yourself. Come here, learn all about the African heritage, where we came from, colonialism, the rebirth, and just reflect on where we've come from and where we are now as a people. This is People and Places. Thanks for your company. We'll meet you in another edition. Until then, stay safe and take care. My name is Wanda Amihagan.
Charlie, I hope you are doing well. I'm doing amazing. Today is the last day of November and we are about to enter a new month, and that's the 12th month of the year, and it's the Vlogmas season. And what Vlogmas means, it's a tradition with YouTubers where we post daily videos from 1st of December to the 25th December. It's just to celebrate. It's like daily vlogs from 1st to 25th to Christmas. And so you're coming along with me. I'm going to be posting daily. What did you say? What did I say? I'm going to be posting daily from tomorrow to Christmas. And I'm so happy you are coming along. I just wanted to inform you that yes, it is happening. I'm going to be posting daily from tomorrow to 25th Christmas. So yeah, and also I'm also joining Nee and AJ. If you don't know Nee and AJ, this is them, and they are organizing giving back to mothers. That is their story. I'll be meeting him soon, so he will share his story. So Nee and AJ were able to have their baby, pay for their baby, but they lost their baby. Other people are able to have the baby but can't pay for their bills. So I'm joining them on the 22nd, and so I'm here to also ask for your help, ask for assistance. If there is any funds you also like to support, kindly donate with this number. It's my personal number. So once you donate, kindly give me a heads up on WhatsApp so that I would include it to what I also wanted to give out. And that was a way of celebrating my 30,000 subscribers, and so it's happening on the 22nd. So this is a good time to also support, donate, and let's support. Let this happen. Let me know once you make any donation. Thank you all so much. And so I'll be meeting him soon to also share the story. Then we'll take it from there. So from now to Christmas, please be ready for me, because your girl is going to be bringing you back to back. I'm super excited about this, and I know you are super excited too. So let's go and meet him. So guys, I'm fortunate to have met Niyemo.
Yeah, understand. Oh my days, my people.
Yeah, exactly. Niyemo also has a YouTube channel. You should check it out. His couple channel is Nee and AJ, just as I was talking about before. And I want him to be the best person to share his story, why he started the initiative, and a little bit about giving back to their mothers as they have started. So Niyemo, over to you. Yeah.
Okay guys, so we are in traffic, so please pardon us the noise.
Yeah.
Okay, so where should I start from? Let me say, my wife got pregnant.
Yeah.
I impregnated her. She didn't get pregnant. Okay, so after 9 months, we went to the hospital. We got the baby, CS, cesarean section. We took the baby home. After 6 weeks, we went back to the hospital and we lost the baby.
Yeah.
So, when we were at the hospital, we realized people cannot pay their bills. Like, they have their baby, healthy baby and everything, but they cannot pay their bills. So they were still at the hospital.
And mind you, don't forget to share to them that whilst they are in the hospital, their bills are accumulating.
Yes.
Yeah.
They keep them there. So my wife really felt sad about the situation, and we decided to pay bills for mothers. Because of that situation, we were able to pay our bills and we didn't get our baby. But they are not able to pay their bills and they have their baby. Like, you understand? Look at the whole thing. So we decided to pay bills for mothers in the hospital. So last year December, we did our first donation at Bator in the, is it Greater Accra? No, it's not Greater Accra, somewhere Volta. Okay. Bator, right? Yeah, so we did our first donation there, and Yeah, we decided to continue. We want to like keep doing it every year, every December. We pay bills for mothers and just put smiles on their faces. Exactly. There's blessing inside
giving, yeah.
Trust me.
And so I'm joining he and his wife currently on this initiative. On the 22nd of December, we are going back to a village, pay for their bills. Their bills vary based on whether they did CS, whether they had a natural birth, whether some of them are in NICU. Can you explain to them?
Yeah, NICU is where they send your newborn baby if
premature.
Maybe, yes, premature, and even like the newborns, if maybe your baby is having jaundice because you couldn't feed the baby well, or any other thing, like that's where they send the baby. NICU, yeah, that's their special place. Yes. You cannot just send a baby to just any hospital or just anywhere like that.
Yeah. So kindly join us, support with the number below, and I'm going to definitely share how much I totally raised by the end of the Vlogmas. The day we are going to do the donation, I'm going to vlog the entire experience for you to also see. For all those who would also contribute, kindly send me a WhatsApp message with this number, and definitely I would also recognize that you supported one way or the other. Thank you so much for your support. Nee, is there anything you want to share to anyone watching this video?
Yes, I'm going to plead, like, for the first time. I don't do this, like, honestly. I'm not bragging, but I don't really do this. But please, guys, support this cause, okay? We are going to film everything, and there's blessing in this. Even you forget about the blessing. Let's put smiles on someone, on people's faces. Yes, the mothers. Like, it's sad though. Anyway, you get to see some of the videos, so you understand.
Yeah. So thank you all so much for joining this short video. It's just to let you know that we need your assistance. I need your assistance, because the plan was to also celebrate my 30K with them in supporting mothers, and that's the little that I can do. Last year Christmas I was in Takrady enjoying. Meanwhile, there are some mothers who were not able to go home, so I felt like, okay, this is a very good opportunity for me to join Niyemo and his wife AJ on this course. So I'm super happy for your support. Thank you so much in advance. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So once you send the funds via mobile money, via Wave, even if you want to send it through Western Union, kindly text me on this number, on my WhatsApp number. And if you also make the donation, kindly WhatsApp me your name and your details, so that I can also take note that, okay, this money was what is meant for the Give to Mothers,
giving back to mothers.
Yeah, giving back to mothers initiative. So I'm super excited.
And also to disclaimer, we are not mentioning names, so you sending your name won't cost anything.
Yeah. I mean, just, you know, some people would want their names to be mentioned. Okay. Yeah. So thank you all so much. This is the first time I'm asking something like this from you. Just know that it's been on my heart, and you all know how much I love children. And so if God has been able to bless someone with a child but can't pay, we'll be pleading with you all to also put a smile on someone's face this Christmas. And I'm sure they also want to go back home to also have spent Christmas with their family. So I'm so grateful. Thank you so much.
Guys, they are so friendly, and they are receiving this money. They'll go and pay everything. We have to go now. It's getting late. So AJ has something to say.
Yes, so I'm also doing it in the name of Baby Ryan Nana Ajiman.
And thanks to you guys. Thank you so much.
So much for putting a smile on my mother's face. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
One of the things GhanaWeb is doing, which in my estimation is one of the best things, is trying as much as possible to give pictorial in terms of video of whatever it's reporting online. Unlike those days where you only had to read about text. This time around, they've gone a step ahead, and to ensure that there's a video added to whatever content they are putting out there for readers to also have a feel of the story.
One of the things I think GhanaWeb can do is to, apart from the online TV, rather go on a full-fledged TV channel rather than the online TV. I think that would help. I've seen that the online TV is helping, but they should just go in a full channel. Keep up the good work. There may be challenges, but don't be deterred by those challenges. Challenges are bound to happen in every institution, and try and work harder. Focus on whatever you set to do for yourself, and I'm sure as the years roll by, you achieve those challenges.
Welcome to another edition of GhanaWeb Special here on GhanaWeb TV. Today we are within the Keta enclave. We are at Kejikope, which is one of the communities in the larger Keta area, and we are here because of one thing. Just a few days ago, the residents of these areas, Kejikope, Adina, all the way, so these communities run all the way into the Ketu South district of the Volta region, and so what is happening is that they woke up to tidal waves sweeping through their residences. Their homes, properties were destroyed, running into thousands of Ghana cedis. And this is not the first time these tidal waves have swept through people's homes in these areas. They've been running into many years, and so GhanaWeb is in this area to speak to some of the residents to try and get an understanding of what exactly the situation is like, because from what we are told, this is the first time in a long time that the tidal waves have swept this far into the residences. And so I'm here at Kejikope to speak to some of the leaders in this community and get an understanding of what really the situation is. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I'm calling Peter Halu.
All right, so Peter will be doing this with me. We're going to walk back into the water. Peter, can you tell us when exactly this thing happened? When exactly happened?
Okay, actually on Sunday, early in the morning, as we came around and want to set up our business, we could see that the water is coming, the waves is coming from the sea, which is coming very, very heavily. We cannot be able to find where to push our team. We think that is something that will happen normally, but before we can see, the place all is full of water.
You said you just came in to start your business.
Yeah.
Has this happened before?
Yeah, this thing happened some years ago before, but it's very long that this thing happened again.
How many years far back? Can we put a number to the number of years? How many years far?
Okay, this thing happened 1993. Since 1993, this thing happened here full of water. Nobody was able to stay. We will have to move back to the other side of the river.
So you mean in 93, the water came this far into the communities?
Yeah, the water came far to this community, which was even heavier than this one that we are seeing now.
I see. You mentioned to me earlier that when this happened, it took how many minutes for this entire place to get flooded?
Okay, frankly speaking, it took about some 30 minutes for water to cover all the whole community.
30 minutes?
30 minutes, yeah.
Can you give us a representation of how many people are in this area? This is Kejikope.
Yeah.
How many people live within this area?
Okay, this community, we live about so many people. Even yesterday, as they say we should go around and write the names of people that are affected with the water, we saw that we could get about almost like 100 houses that was affected with the water.
100 houses. How many people can you say live in a particular house?
Some people live around 8 people, some people live 12 in the house, some people live 6 in the house, others live 7 in the house.
So that's an approximation of about 100 plus by 8 or more persons. Yeah. Now I see that your business is around here, your business is here, you are still in the water. Is there a reason you are still in this water? Is there a reason you have not moved
Okay, the reason that I have not moved is I don't have any place to locate myself, and I'm the only one selling things in the community to help the people in the community. Because if I was not able to come, they were not able to buy anything from anywhere, because this is the only place that they buy their foodstuffs and things. So I have to sacrifice myself for them and be in the water and serve the people in the community.
What do you sell exactly?
Okay, I sell cooking items, I sell biscuits, cassava dough, cassava corn, pepper, and a lot of things.
Okay, so you and I are walking through the water, and this is not ordinary for me because I wouldn't ordinarily be walking through stagnant water like this, even going to the sea or whatever it is. But is this not dangerous?
It's very dangerous for us because we are affected mostly because we don't know what we should do right now. So we can't have anything to say. We have to cope with whatever is happening. So we are just playing with the government to help us and locate some place for us so that we are able to sleep. Because some people, they even sleep in the community center. They have to move from their various houses because they don't have anywhere to put their items and cook.
You mentioned government, so let's talk about what kind of support you are getting. You said this happened some few days ago.
Yeah, almost 4 days now.
And what kind of support have you gotten from anybody, whether in government or leadership? What kind of support has come to you so far?
Okay, the support that we get, we have some support from the NABNO yesterday. They came around with some foodstuffs, with some mattress and some mosquito nets, cups and some plates to give to some people who are mostly affected. They should be holding for some time. They will be coming for some more things, so we are just pleading for them.
All right. So you mentioned the kind of reliefs that you got. Yeah. Personally, what kind of things did NADMO give you?
Okay, NADMO yesterday, NADMO came around with mattress. They give us a bag of rice, mosquito coil, mosquito nets.
What kind of bag of rice? What's the size?
Okay, that's 25 kilo. 25 kilo.
And you are
5 kilo. 5 kilo.
5 kilos?
3 bags of rice each person. If you are 6 in the house, they will give you 3. And 4 mosquito coil, mosquito nets, and other bowls that we use to fetch water.
You are a family man.
Yeah.
You have a wife?
This is my wife.
So that's your wife. Okay, yeah. This is your wife's business as well.
Yeah.
Let's get close to your wife's business. Are these your children?
Yeah, I have 4 children. 4 children.
4?
Yeah, 4.
Wow. I know that this is going to be more than the conversation we are having, but in the long term, what kind of projections are you making? What is the plan? Is there any plan to even relocate from here? Because you told me that you've seen this before when you were much younger. It's happened again. It's obvious that the climate is changing. The tidal waves are not getting any friendlier with you. What is the plan for someone like you and other people who live in these communities? What is your plan?
Okay, our plan is to, if the water go down, we are just planning to move or relocate ourselves to different sites. But for now, we don't have anywhere to go. So we have to stay and think about what to do next.
This is still a GhanaWeb special, and this edition we are focusing on the effect that tidal waves have had on communities in the Volta region, coastal communities in the Volta region. We are at GhanaWeb. We just spoke with Alex. Alex's wife is here. Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
Please, what's your name?
My name is Janet.
Janet, I see this is your business. Your husband has told us about the kind of challenges that this tidal waves has had on you. For you as a mother in particular, how does it feel? You have a young child. How have you felt, or how did you feel exactly that day when the tidal wave swept all the way into this place? Tell us how that was for you.
It was very difficult because we are just purchasing things here. We sell things, and because of the water, we cannot sell from that Sunday till now. So it has been a difficult time for us.
Can you tell us how much of a loss in terms of the money you make on a normal day that you have made? Because people don't come to sell. How much of a loss has that been for you?
Very much, because sometimes I do sell like 30, 300 or 200, but since that day, we've not even touched 200 cities. So it's been a very touchful loss to us.
Your husband makes me understand that the plan is to maybe relocate. How do you feel about the decision to move from this place? How long have you been selling in the first place?
Almost like 2 to 3 years now.
Okay, so this has been a place for you to do business for 2 to 3 years. But now, how do you feel about the plan to maybe move out of this place?
We've not gotten any place yet, but it seems like the water has come once and now it has repeated itself again. So it seems like it will be a difficult thing to move to another place before getting new customers and those things. But because if something is not done about it, we have to move by force, because if it wants to come again, it can come.
Okay. Is there any help that you are hoping that people in authority can give to you and the other residents in this area? What kind of help are you looking for?
To prevent the water. That is the big help.
So we're talking about the defense wall.
So that if the water can support the water when it wants to come or those things. Okay. That one will be a big help to us.
This is one of the houses that has been affected by the tidal waves. The water has receded now, and that's why I'm able to stand on this platform in front of their shop here. The water is totally receded from what they tell me. But this is the landlady or the owner of the house, or one of the people in this house, and she's going to speak to us. Hello.
Marakuma jofia po.
Majola fia po. Ye fia ojoala de. Inka o gemi la fia.
Ah, papara nu ko jimi le nyaba para mian, odu jiru na para mian.
Papara un ka biamila. Na mi ba papara un ade aka kun jimi la nka.
Na kanya chapo hano ba po bona mi no wado ha bona mi. Na chapo na tai.
Okay, so what she's just telling me is that she's been here for many years, close to 10 years, and this is the first time anything of this magnitude has happened. Like many people have already asked for, she's asking for support for possibly a harbor, the sea defense wall, so that this water doesn't keep coming into their home, so that they can do their business. Because as she tells us, most of the things that would usually keep on the floors have now been lifted onto platforms. Nka na wana fi chia va demi defia nka na wana
makuma nyina kpakpa he kpakpe koklo
kpakpa he ye chia va demi ale kpakpa he na ni kalifia
maku chia yo va dem kpakpa he ka tojo le chia ji ta we be nyemata awonu kpakpa he o menyi ko mo pole ko ma regbo
ye amanya de wa ma na ni mai ma na kpo enyi la
maku 50 pieces. Vo papa have la jiji. Koklo ha la jiji ta we ba e chiava woni ku. Nyemata awoni. Ta o kata o chichia ma ha.
Papa e ba nya koklom la ka koklo nto odi.
Ma koklo ha o chichia ma. Ya o moton. Ma gbo moton ma mo poga ko ina amara ta ko chichia ji nyemata na ma lawo.
Kavifia de nka wona la because me nya ba a chia yema chia kali nyawa fo yema la chia ma kakavado klo nka o mi la fia
ma kunye mana na ka motaye ojola ka oba na mi ba le community center ta fima ko mi le fia mi magana na ka o
ka papara nka bia mi la cho alo papara nka jimi la fifia
ma kumye jiba government ana kpere mienchi alo na emie ogun ojo ka abe ma kama le ndodo ma ne gbo fi ovajo ta yo ojo ka mi hin pepe nsugbo ba na kpere mienchi na wonyo na do ba kutia ma lo ji te fa na mi ano nya pa jina ajima kwesu sube na mi atanu nya pa gbesi agbedo ho yi abe yo ojo ka ko mi an fi ochi afo mo matan na o yisu ko mi po nti ko ba ha mi akona o.
Michael Bumegbe is the chief fisherman at GhanaWeb, and he's here to speak to us. Good morning.
Morning.
We're going to do this in Ewe as well. Meraku, manya body achieve on yana jolfiadi. Atanglo extent ka o blan wall of Fianamia.
Magloba nyatape nchoko shiragba for former. Nchoko shiragba for former apo ba gaton alaba miano viaro fon dongo inara atoji. Ka la oba fuataroro iko oyomi amaraka nyino bala marakashi alaba yom blanaba o yodora fuatafia chafu vuora nyaba toji vuo chafu va ora alaba chofma nya ha masi amayo kata roto kata ba no bala shinya ba kofuma yo ba oba chafu vuora mla fuata ta mi do nya ba ala vuo ko ye fudu yi fuata ko mi ba no vuo mre poji kasha ko ime me vuo hama chapwa adodom ba nyang tom ba yimre aduama kasha nya ha vuo re poji vo aba 4 o'clock na mi atro ava agara duama ko kasha mi ba duama ye ba fo mi le fota no vuo hama mi aso no mi ayom chapwa ma ba achi bagara afama na mi kasha mi hon to mi ba awo achi ala ko ga agara mi agbofia kasha ya fudu ba ro pama ya ba fo kata ma yokla achi alaba miapa ma anyangu le nyanyana mi ba ato ba doro mi ajina na motawe ba mi ba ngno masio gareo la nyigba la homa alaba yo va na mako gareo kataji ko aglon ka amaro ofa hakpo le fuata alaba abanga hakporo gare haogbo alaba anya kokla fu gbafi oware haole chiama aro over agbatro ko awe ba le yata pama mawe ajore nyajiema ka la khama mawe ba vivia masiama ba khoyo achi yo khoni taje ba mi katamia dogola mi ba foma ka amayo ka over noviaro la mogodo maro fo ba ngojo yafma ka amayo ka maraka mala fma na o fo ba ngo community center kala mi agbo alaba ya chi ama rio ko maro fo bangu aba kore community center ma ko ba we ba nyata fa ye o nya ba chapo glen na ma fifile fi nya ba nguru popo miaru anya dona mi ala ka go jala ba chapo gbo ko mi na go fi pon haruna mi afa avio ba sku yi nya o aba ta kamana mi lenka ka ava ton ya domia anya ngui ka tatara mi ajala ka go je ka mi li dom nad motoyom over la ho ba vava o va kpongo jojo kata ka ngiko na mi nya fia pie nya ba a choi trauma o va mi agbo ba amayo ke la community center ma o kwe yo tangwa na o en viare ala ba magba yo roga va apoyo kata chiare ko apoyo kata chiare fifi le fia o ya ba lo faraka wiandre na apoyo ke chiare ka mi amagbo susu yo la po ma na me ba fo mi katangu fo ya ba akbara kakla na nana amakbara kakla na nana ko awe ba lenya tapa ma mawe nya njojo ajore mi aji fifile ka mi mokpom na jiruru na garama alaba oba awona na mi va vieto ye echiala mi agbo still meta afiara kayimo jiruru na wajita para mi o komia daro alaba no komi daria chofma mi ho mi to akpogboju alaba mianu mi aba do fo yin class ba mianu mi afa ngurukpo alaba nguya ka o kovena amayo ka alla community center amacho la nyata pa nguya o kona afa koraka vanguya o kone la nyata pa nguma lanka karaka banguru la mi aba fo ma mi runa ma madana micron.
So I want you to tell me how this place used to be before this, because we are riding on a canoe now.
First of all, my name is Achu Amuzu. 3 days today, it was Sunday, around 5 o'clock going. We just sleep for the room, no, we just hear the noise. Sea is coming. We don't understand. So before we wake up for house, no, the house all full up, our things all spoiled. My TV, my room things all, everything spoiled. So we can do it, like I don't know how we go do. So it be like no work again, no fishing, no.
You are a fisherman?
Yeah, I'm a fisherman.
So you've not been able to go to sea since then?
Yeah, since Sunday we can go see because we no get place to pull the rope, and even we no get place to sleep to go to work. So we just patrol for our friends. So the things is hard for me too much. So the government for council or government to do something for me.
How much of a help will the sea defense, how much would it help your work and then your community as a whole?
As now, I see first from beginning, we started to come small. But now, it's too much. So we want to make the government can't dip the water inside for we. Make the water go back small. Yeah, that's one problem now.
All right.
This place we are passing right now, first no water. But because of the sea, where the water can remain for here like this. So it's hard for you to cross the water, go fishing.
This was a bare land. It was just like the other side.
Yeah.
And then this is water from the tidal waves.
Yeah.
That has turned it, and we are riding on a canoe now because we can't walk through this water.
Yeah.
The sea started ravaging this very community from March this year. It started from Salakope. When you go there now, you realize that a plethora of houses are gone, have been washed ashore. People have lost their fishing equipment because this community, their major source of livelihood is fishing. Their boats have been destroyed. Some of them have lost their outboard motors. Now, when you get to the various houses, you realize that once the tidal waves comes around, it affects. It does affect the homes. It washes away their belongings, like their clothing. It sometimes has to take away their electrical gadgets, like the fridges and stuff like that. This has impacted negatively on the enrollment in the school or attendance in the school. Initially, we were having a population of about 800 plus, but as we speak today, when you go to the classroom and you put the number of students who are regular in school, they are numbering almost a little above 400. This is a sign that the tidal wave destruction in these communities has impacted on education. West of it, we used to have about close to 30 candidates getting prepared for the BEC examination. But as we speak today, we are only having 15 regular students in school who are ready for their examination. This is because, you see, once their families or parents have been affected, they are unable to give them money to even come to school to buy food for themselves. They will have to drop out. Those whose books, school uniforms, clothing, and other stuff have been taken away have also dropped out of school because their parents don't have money to get them a school uniform. We want immediate intervention from the President of the Republic of Ghana. These are people that you have sworn to protect. These are people that you have sworn to be with them in times of their need. And so our passionate appeal to him is that, one, he needs to, as a matter of urgency, expedite action on the second phase of the project to cover those communities that are affected by the tidal wave. And secondly, there are some relief items that have been given to the communities affected. It is woefully inadequate. It is woefully inadequate, although they say half a loaf is better than bread, but we are looking forward to more of those things so that at least it will ameliorate the plight of the indigents going forward. The reason it seems that Keta has been hardly hit is that when you compare Salakope and Amutino to Keta, one, you realize that this area, Salakope here, there are a lot of sand here. So immediately the sea flows here, the sand absorbs it. Besides, we are torn between the sea and then the lagoon. So anytime this place gets flooded, we have to break into the main road for the sea to gush into the lagoon. There are times that we use pumping machine to pump it to the lagoon. That is how come when you come here after some few hours, that the tidal wave hit this place, you feel like there's nothing happening here. Now, Keta, they don't have anywhere to pump their water to. So anytime you visit there, you feel that that place has been hardly hit. That is not so. We have also been seriously affected.
Le namacho ijipata enye ba chafura manya agbo miaramo ikaba mye boblo don na jiru kaka jiru ma konya ma mya gbokpo mu kaka yicho memra gbeba za gavema e ya va ejia ma le bobo crowd e ya boblo domia la boblo go domia la e amo e ka chafuro ro ma opa no mo shokata ogle fiofio opa la vio chichingo o mazio ha o chichingo blo o togbio o mama aro nya mama o chichingo e opong no mo shokata ogle fio vai
ni kwenya nwa kwenya ba mya kpong ruru na ku khia kata jojo cho gbara gba ke kwenya ba o va to chafo na mi chafo do du enu nya sa dynamic kokko ku khia tera ko nya ba fi a chafo cho afi va ro fi a ajiji tamyo manya mya we gogo chafo nto ba van eta jiruru mamo ntonto odo ha chafo e ma gbo na va gbo ta no glo ba mya to tere chafo ngo mi tere chafo jiruru nto amate gbo na chafo ko ga ava do more gbo ta chafo ro tetan va tangi ko kwenya nruru ko nyara kuku na nyama du klo la bubu toko bo tro ko mya gbo klo mya no la ko ikunye bo do chafo na mi kunu nya sa do chafo ya ko ke mya ba afifafa ko ni fafa ngbu na mo ngiung mya gbono ro bo bubu mbgbgblo bo shagbe jingra ka fa magbo ojo pleng ma o nyo ha mya ko te par ada taru go fi na nya be mai ro khola va yo nyo mya yi na nya ba agbe mi va le Ghana mi va no mi ko vi ya na mo nyo va sa ko jino ga mya la ka ma na va una mi ta mi nya ba va sa ro glango meng na ba nya jila ya ro maro la mo le shu maro nya dono de viaro o nya ba ndi ya va su ku ka ka cha fo mo na na ba o mate su kwa demu ta mire kukuna jiruru ta ngunyi kwako na urororo kata ko nyeba oba do chapwa.
This is still GhanaWeb special on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. We are here at Amutinu. It's in the Ketu South district of the Volta region. It's one of the communities that has been affected by the tidal waves. We are here in one of the primary schools in the area to speak to the headmaster. Good afternoon, sir.
Fine afternoon.
Please tell us your name.
My name is William Kofi Afarito.
Okay, so what's the name of your school?
The name of my school is Amutinu MA Basic School.
All right, and you have students or you have pupils who come from which kind of communities? Are they only from the Amutinu community?
No, majority of them come from Amutinu, but the rest come from Salakofe and then Adina.
All right, now let's come to the substantive issue. The issue of tidal waves. Has this affected your school in any way? I want us to take a walk whilst you show us that. Has this affected your school in any way? Let's take a walk while we do that.
Okay. When I was posted to this school, it's barely 2 years now.
Okay.
When I came here, the sea was far away from the school.
Okay.
But less than a year now, the sea is almost nearer to the school building. So without the help of the government, less than a year, this school will no more be here.
As I see it now, the beach is just some 200 or 300 meters away from your school block. You say this was not the situation. I can see the markings right on the floor. You say this could affect you, but how much of an effort have you made? You say you've been here for 2 years. How much of an effort have you made in trying to ensure that this help comes to you as easy as or as soon as possible?
Oh, anyway, one thing I can say is that the assemblyman is a staff member of the school.
Okay.
So anytime they come, they see the assemblyman. So if we can say something about that, unless you see the assemblyman. But all the time, people have been coming to promises. The FM stations have been coming, but so far I can't say anything that this is the promise we are giving unless we see the assemblyman.
You're an educationist. In the meantime, what kind of challenge, or even with what we've experienced so far, are your students worried in any way? What kind of fears do they show to you? All that are you aware of?
Oh, as for me, the way the students talk, I don't see that I've not seen that they are worried, but it is the parents who are worried. But the students themselves, they don't worry. They don't care about it. But the parents, they are worried.
What kind of things do the parents tell you?
Oh, what they say is that sometimes the sea will enter their rooms. They may not be able to sleep with a lot of things. Because of that, it is even affecting their economic activities.
All right. So this is still GhanaWeb Special. We are placing our focus on the effects of the tidal waves that have ravaged communities along the coastal lines of the Volta region, specifically the Ketu South into Keta areas. And so we are still speaking to a number of stakeholders in this area. As you can see, we are just at the beach line right now, just behind this Amutinu MA school, and you can see the line here. The headmaster tells me this is how far the water went, or the water came the last time, and if nothing is done about this, it could just escalate. You wanted to say something?
Yes. Sometimes the tidal waves enter the school
blocks.
The school blocks.
Okay.
So sometimes, in fact, if you come and see the situation here, you will not like it. So it is only these 3 days it has gone back a bit, but very soon it will come back again, and the tidal wave will just be splashing against the wall of the school. So we need the help of the authorities, those who are in authority who can help us. Other than that, the school will no more be here again.
As far as I'm concerned, we have 149 homes affected and 1,027 individuals that are being affected. We have Salakope, Agaveji, Adina, and Amuchinu being affected. Those are the communities, as far as I know, that are affected. We try to get a place for them temporarily so that those who are severely affected can have a place to put their heads. And some of them are in the church rooms, and others decided to perch at the end of their families that are at the higher grounds. A lot of them prefer to stay with their families. So as at now, that is what is going on. As far as I'm concerned, I had a discussion with the regional minister. You know, I have to deal with the regional minister, and some discussions with the Minister for Works and Housing. As far as I know, there are a lot of preparation that is ongoing. As you could hear, the Minister for Works and Housing himself said there are a lot of preparation ongoing for this project to start as quickly as possible. But let me do this clarification. You know, I will encourage the government not to do this sea defense to only the affected places. They have to extend it to Aflao border, because when it stops at maybe Adina, the rest of Denu and Aflao will be washed away with these tidal waves. So they have to do it up to Aflao border. And I'm sure if they want to do that, they have to do it in consultation with the Togolese counterpart. Because if they end it at the border, then the whole Lomé will be affected, and which will even come back to affect us in Ghana here. So it's a big project on its own.
James talked about the fact that his widow's might, he thanked some people who supported him to hold these things together. He mentioned the work he did on the sea defense when he was in government, having to build some sea defense and also in some communities boulders to break the waves.
Okay.
And then we went to the worst hit area in Anglo. The school, that's Puvama.
Okay.
The place called Puvama, so that would be, Puvama had a school, which the tidal wave destroyed. So a new one had been put up, and that too has been destroyed. So that's the site we went to. I mean, it was very pathetic. And I hear that it has actually affected the estuary that's in Southstone. So they are also hit by the effects of the tidal wave. I think in their case, the sea has blocked the entry of the river into the sea.
Okay.
So those who need to move on the boats and so on are unable to travel across anymore. So it needs dredging. So what GM said was that it probably needs dredging, but he was inviting engineers and those in hydro, something hydro, to come and take a look and advise the state so that the necessary action is taken to have the necessary dredge to alleviate the suffering of those people too. So what's happening is whichever water from the river to be entering the sea is now going into their communities and destroying as well, because it has no way to get into the sea.
I want to understand we know that the eventual solution to all of this is the call for a sea defense wall, which is what people have called for countless times. But in the interim, and knowing how intensive a project that could be, what are the kinds of things that you are looking at? I'm talking about you as the MP for Ketu South, your other colleagues in the neighboring constituencies. What are the other solutions that you are putting in place or looking out for?
No,
so that
the immediate medium-term intervention would be for the states to construct temporary accommodation, where the people who are worst hit can go and find solace while we look at the bigger picture of the sea defense. So they need to identify a place and quickly put up. It could be tents, it could be brick and cement, who knows? But something has got to be done so that those who don't have accommodation can find one. The reason why we are demanding for a temporary accommodation is that in our case, as in Ketu South, this is the third one. So if your sister's house was lost in the first one, then she comes to live with you, and then it hits you yourself in May, and then you all move into your family house, and then in November, the family house is also taken. That leaves you with nothing. That leaves you with people who. It's important that the state provides a temporary accommodation for. We know that we mean well, we should be able to do that. But so far, it's been, I think that the conversation I've had with the regional minister points to the fact that he agrees that it has to be done. In fact, he agreed way back in May that this is a thing that has to be done. And it's 5 months down the line. Why didn't he do it?
Okay, there are also concerns and calls for not just the building of sea defense walls around the areas that have been affected now. There are also concerns about the larger discussions on climate change, because the fear is that if these defense walls are built all the way to the Ketu South area, it could extend into the neighboring country, Togo, Lome. There are suggestions that this should be a collaborative effort between authorities here and those in our neighboring country, Togo. Is this something you subscribe to?
I have a situation I want it dealt with. Togo is a sovereign country. They are responsible for their citizens. I want them to consider looking at finding the resources so that when we build ours to Aflawudi can continue. I don't think global warming is a secret. COP26 has just ended. Everybody knows about it. So I'm sure that they have their plans as a country. I'm not sure that, we can love our neighbors more than ourselves. And so it is what it is. So what are we going to do? So because Togo will have a problem that they have to deal with, we should not solve our problem. I don't understand this kind of argument though. Right. On humanitarian grounds, we will empathize with them, but they don't have a problem right now. We have a problem. Can we solve it?
All along all the conversations we've been having about the tidal waves that have ravaged communities in the Volta region, the southern parts of the Volta region, the Anglo side to be specific, all these have had to do with the climate change. And so we're here in, also within the Volta region, it's just around, this is Meet Me There, one of the most popular restaurants, sleeping areas that a lot of people come to while away their time and all of that. This place has also been affected by the tidal waves, heavily affected. And we have the manager here. He's going to give us some perspectives, give us an understanding of how badly the situation is. You're welcome to GhanaWeb.
Thank you. My name is Christian.
All right, Christian. Let's understand what kind of business you used to do here and how badly you've been affected.
Okay, so this is Meet Me There African Home Lodge. We have the lodge, which whatever we realize from the lodge, we push it into the NGO, which is working in the community. But now, as things stand now, we got a tidal waves that came in last Sunday night, and as we can all see, it has taken over our sitting area, taken over those rooms over there. And now business has come to a halt. We don't know when we are resuming business, because as, this is all a sitting area which people sit and eat and drink. But now, as it is, nobody can come here. And we don't know when this will drain down. So we are all just hoping for the best.
That's to say that this entire place, more or less like a lagoon now, used to be dry land.
Oh yeah, this is a dry land. No, the entire place is not a dry land. This is on the lagoon. Okay. Where we are standing is on the lagoon, but now it's in the lagoon. Yeah.
Okay. So that means that because of the tidal waves, did you have guests here in the first place?
Yeah. So that fateful Sunday night, we got guests in all the rooms, but then we have to wake them up for them to go and refund them as well. So that affects business.
This has been a few days now. Yeah. How is Meet Me There coping? Management of Meet Me There. You mentioned that you have an NGO that also helps people in the communities here. How are you coping?
Well, not much we can do than to shut down. Well, as at now, we are just tidying up the mess that the sea has brought, hoping that it will drain down for us to start business. But then, as it is, that's affecting the workers here, and that's going to affect what we do in the community as well. Yeah.
A lot of people are calling for the construction of a sea defense wall. Is that the same thing you're calling for? And in the interim, if that is not done, what kind of thing are you going to do? Because yours is a business. What are you going to do in the interim to ensure that your place is still running?
Okay, if it's the sea defense, if it's something within our power that we can do, we will have done it about 10 years ago. Because I've been in all the offices with my letters that I know they can do something about the sea defense, but it never yield anything.
What's the feedback you get?
Well, it will be done, but then when they start doing it, they end on the way at Aklotoko, and that's it. We have a monitoring camera from University of Cape Coast along the shore, and they came after one of their report. It's like, well, within the next 10-12 years to come, if nothing is done, this whole coast will be gone. Yeah, so we are just living in limbo here. Yeah.
All right. We're sorry about how badly you're affected. We hope that this is taken care of soon enough so that your business can also get back on track. From the Ketu South District to Keta, all the way to Anglonga, you've seen the devastation that the tidal waves have caused to many people, businesses, and properties along this way. And this has been a GhanaWeb special for GhanaWeb TV. Like many have asked for, the sea defense wall should be built for people around these coastal communities so that the recurrent damages that these tidal waves cause will be a thing of the past. My name is Eche Atisu, and this has been a GhanaWeb special.